All right, I gotta go. Give me a second. Twitter kind of throttles me. I'm gonna get some people invited, and the people are supposed to show up. Slow warm up, Albert. All right, Sean, you got a mic?
Yeah. What?
All right, let's get you. Let's get you up here. We're just getting warmed up, folks. Please give us a chance here. Twitter censors me like heavily, so I had to start a space and then crash that space just to get rolling. What's up, Julie? How are you?
I'm really good. I'm driving real quick, but I'll be home in just a few minutes. I'm just going to have you like on mute for a second till I get home.
Oh, that's fine. We always do like kind of a slow warm up, give people a chance to come in and remember. So take your time. Be
Okay.
safe, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So before this space, I just got off the phone with a very interesting candidate running in North Carolina, and hopefully she's going to find me and come in. I just got off the phone with her. She's going to be joining Magamission, and as a candidate, it's going to be really great to have her. I see Paul down there. What are you doing down there, Paul? Get up here. Get up here. You gotta say it like I'm in Texas. Get up here. What's up, Texas and Vivian? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. So I do have something loaded up that I wanted to kind of play, but I kind of want to wait for people to come in to kind of lay out the premise. Oh, there she is. Oh, we're just getting warmed up, Marlena's. Oh, I am following you. We were trying to find each other. Like, she's like, I've already followed you.
Well, I got 57 seconds of Tucker telling you explains the border crisis in 57 seconds. Well, we're warming up if you want. If not,
Yeah, just give it just a second. I want to hear that. I also have, well, I have more than just 50 seconds. You could sum it up in about 50 seconds, though. It's completely outrageous what's going on at the border. End of story. But yeah, I'd love to hear Tucker's clip. I want to
yeah,
say hi to Texas. And what's up,
absolutely. Yeah, and
Texas? What are you
I
doing?
went and grabbed a couple of things from your timeline too, for audio clips. Yeah. We're getting warmed up and
Awesome.
loading up. What's up, Texas?
Woo, it's been a Texas Marathon today, y'all. How y'all doing today? It's been a long day, brother. Just out here working, man. I'm backed up in front of a door waiting on them to come and unseal my trailer and back in and drop this load. Gonna chill out with y'all for a while, man. I'm sending some invites out and stuff, man. This Texas stuff is crazy, man. It has went viral. Dude, it's crazy. I can't can't keep up, brother. Can't keep up. How y'all doing today?
Yeah, man, doing pretty good, honestly. I don't have a lot to complain about. I mean, I got a roof over my head. I got stuff to do during the day that makes me a little bit of money, and I can put food on the table, things like that. I mean, not doing too bad.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of convoys and everything going on, and people are going to be converging and coming from all over to go to Texas and also the Eagle Pass, other places. I know a couple organizations that I talked with. Like I talked with Joshua James earlier today about New Mexico. We were discussing Ben Luna and some other things going on. But everybody is siding with this issue. This isn't. It really shouldn't be a bipartisan issue. This should be, it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Excuse me. It should be a bipartisan issue. Everybody should want a safe and secure border. The candidates in Texas are very attuned to this because that's where they live. They see it every day. They know exactly what's going on down there. But we have New Mexico, California. I've been thinking that what I'm thinking is that as we shore up the southern border and create a blockage there, that it's possible that maybe our northern borders may become affected. And then also Coast Guard might actually be working overtime because, my dad was in the Coast Guard and he was talking about all kinds of stuff where boats are used where you don't want, like, planes fly in under the radar. Well, people will scoot in the dead of night on a boat just as much as just go. It's easier. You just come in through a boat, you land, people get out, and you're gone. Just like that in the dead of night. And that's what the Coast Guard are out there doing. A lot of people don't really give the Coast Guard a lot of credit. Growing up as a military brat, born on Oahu, my dad was in the Coast Guard for almost 30 years as a captain. I spent time on the high seas with him on his ships, did training exercises, and I'm telling you, man, these guys are in it all the time, and they're just like the unsung heroes out there, protecting our waterways and our borders that are basically porous by the ocean because people could just boat their way in. The drugs and all the confiscated materials and things that he would tell me was just astounding. He had, when it came to cocaine busts, he had some of the largest cocaine busts. And you're talking about something coming across the border, right? And they say thousands of kilos were confiscated. Imagine a boat loaded with cocaine. Okay, imagine how many kilos that was. He would confiscate so much drugs on the oceans, it would make your head spin as far as what you think's come across the border. So, yeah, the Coast Guard are going to be working double time as we start shutting down the borders. So, Texas, why don't you give me a rundown? Because I know that there's groups converging, and do you got a schedule of where they're converging and where they're going to eventually meet up? I think it was around the third or the second. On the second or third, they're going to be ending up at a location after they meet up, or they're going to be hitting several locations, I think.
Yeah, well, it's going to be three different locations, or four, three or four. It's going to start on the 28th in Virginia, run down to Jacksonville, lay over there, the East Coast contingent, and then run over to Baton Rouge and lay over there, and then run down and do a loop around the capital, and then over to Dripping Springs where they're going to stay 2 days, and then one day down in Eagle Pass. Or around, it's close to Eagle Pass. It's not actually Eagle Pass, I don't think. I think they changed the location because they didn't want to be caught up in the park standoff down there. Don't want to get in the way of what's going on, We want to support, uh, help. Just want to be there for support, you know what I mean? But we got Texas Red in here. I think I want to say San Ysidro, but it's not. It's not San Ysidro. It's just south of San Diego. They're going to take off from there and I believe go to Yuma, Arizona. If we can get Texas Red up, he can tell you more about it, man. I've had a long day, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, Texas, am I right in understanding that you got Mark Robinson to come on board for part of that?
I don't know all the actors. Maybe Texas Red has that information. Are you there, Texas? He may be busy. We Mark Anthony, um, uh, Robert. Dude, like I said, I'm brain dead, man. My brain's mush. I've drove 600 miles and I've been in spaces all day. Went in and done a podcast earlier with Bruce Poppy on a network. Like I said, my brain is scrambled right now, y'all. It's been a long, long day, man. Um, so that's the information I can give you. I know it's going to be 3 simultaneous um, assemblies. So
Yeah, we got him now. Texas Red, go ahead.
So what's the question here? I'm sorry, I was having connectivity issues.
Paul, you want to jump into that?
Yeah, my understanding was that you guys had got Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson on board for part of your travails.
To be honest, I know there's
over in North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
Is that where he's out of? Yeah, I did hear that today. Now I don't know that for a fact, but I did hear that.
I'm going to be honest. I've been hearing of actually Texas senators and other politicians from different areas starting to jump on board. As of who, I'm not privy to, because guys, I'm working on putting this thing together, and we're going to do a Rumble live feed and a space, and we're going to be working together. Of course, we're not going to be able to stream it, but we're going to be able to send you back and forth during different guests. And I've been working on this for a couple of days now, and trying to get that together. So I'm kind of scrambled brain today. I apologize. But yet, Paul, all I know is, yes, there are politicians starting to back the movement, and the word is getting out. And Saturday, there's going to be Mark and Robert on Newsmax. I know that, and they will have more information as far as who's starting to back this stuff. I mean, it's slowly, no, it's rapidly gaining momentum, and it's hard to keep up with right now because it's amazing, brother. That's all I can say. And it's amazing.
That's cool, bro. That's cool.
And I hope that helps in some way, guys. Like I say, I know Texas Strider's running ragged because also besides him doing his stuff, he's behind the scenes doing a lot for me. And I'm just trying to keep up with him. He's a trucker, man. He's a trucker.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Mike from NOAA. Matt or Sean, can one of you please give me a call? Thank you.
Yeah, Mike, we're running a space right now for Texas candidates, and we're just getting the space started. Got it. You can always text me anytime, and I'll give you a call back. Hey, Red, it's good to hear your voice, man. And yeah, really, we got a lot of people that are, we've been hearing about everybody getting together and coalescing down on the border. And there's going to be a bunch of different convoys coming from different directions. I was hoping maybe Ben Luna can come in. Joshua James, he's a little busy. I wanted to have him come in and talk about New Mexico. We got Texas reps in the house, and we got James Bradley from California. So we almost have everybody in here to cover all bases. And wanted to get warmed up. I wanted to say hi to, I think she might have left. We also have there she is, Marlenis. Marlenis, how are you tonight? I just wanted to welcome you to the room. She's going to be joining Magamission with us. Why don't you tell people about what you're doing in your campaign? What's going on with you?
Okay, so I am in North Carolina, North Raleigh, and I am running for Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson's position. I am the first Latin Spain to run in this state. I am currently a paramedic and a firefighter multi-states. I'm Homeland Security certified from Anniston, Alabama in 2003. I still have my certifications, but not for the dirty Democrats. And I also worked when Trump was president, when the kids were in Texas already, and they were put in buses and taken over to Florida behind the military base in a technical school where they raped a girl and then burned her. And that's where they set up camp. We were getting between 1,000 to 1,300 children between the ages of 10 and 18 that were raped multiple times already, pregnant. Florida was the one that paid for all that. So when it comes to the Democratic Party and Biden, I'd rather starve and live in the trees than take a dollar from those people. The reason why I'm running here and not in Florida was because I took an order to stay here and not go back to Florida. So it was a culture shock here, believe it or not, because there's a lot of people like me, but they're scared to talk. In general, everybody here is scared to talk, but I'm not scared at all. And I'm just here to save the children, because the children, they are our future. These children that crossed over, I will tell you this, they are trained. 10-year-old boys and girls, they are trained. I was working about almost 5 months on a W-2 with Angel Staffing in Texas. All I could do was listen and report back. Then next thing I know, I was going back and forward, wanting to get out of Florida. I couldn't stand Florida. Very hard to believe. I'm not a city person. I'm more of a country person. So I started traveling over here to leave Florida. And then I moved over here because the system was extremely broken in Florida. It was wide open border. Del Santos has taken so much credit for what I've done for people that still live in Florida and that are stuck, and some now live here in North Carolina in different districts, because our districts lines were changed for the better. And I'm hoping that we flip the state to red, but everything goes through here. When it comes to drugs, I've also stopped drugs coming in here. Wilson, Charlotte, Johnson County, that's where the drugs are coming in. I-95, they're just coming everywhere. And things come out on the news, but people are starting to know that I'm stopping it from coming in here. If I become the next lieutenant governor, I have somebody in Texas. I can't say her name, but the borders will close down, period. I got a platform in place here with Dan Bishop that's running for attorney general, because the lieutenant governor's role doesn't mix with immigration. But when it comes to immigration and attorney and law, I did it for 13 years. So they're going to have to pay back a lot of money to this state, just like we're paying every day with our taxes, property taxes. We have state taxes here too. So, and I'm just going to give you guys an example. The schools right now in Wake County, they're not letting the children go to the bathroom. They're not letting the girls change their menstrual pad. They're controlling the kids. Transgender, I do not do. And right now, running a campaign, I will not pay $135 to go see a woman, Riley Gaines. That's not my problem. I don't know what she has to do in the campaign. And if anybody in North Carolina is hearing this, I don't care. She doesn't pay my bills, but she's coming in and out of the state making tons of money to talk for an hour. And I swam before. I mean, I had a volleyball scholarship, but when I went to school, we had wood shop. we had mechanics, and that's what I took. I was always with the boys. I was never with the girls. Girls were too much drama for me. But I just want to save the state. I'm here for the children. I want to bring back the Constitution, the Pledge of Allegiance. And people say, what about prayer? And I said, prayer, my daughter prays. And she's in a public school. So she knows that when she eats that meal in front of her, she's got to pray. And that's it. If nobody else wants, and she has a disability. So she was born with 44 chromosomes. So Florida wanted me to abort her and not have her. And that's when I was like, this state is corrupt. Like this is basically what I call the fuck state. You visit, they screw you over, they take your money, and it's just basically for years they've been, from the Bush family that my family knows. My dad had a lumber company, and then my dad passed, but he was a baseball player. My mom worked for Waste Management for over 31 years with Wayne Huizenga, which he owned the Dolphins. And it was just corrupt. And then here, when I come here, we have 100 counties. One county pays $10 million for garbage. Why aren't we converting that into energy? And we can dump that money back into the state, back into education. And they're not doing that. They're funneling the money to fix museums. And I just found out that they want to bring casinos here, and they want to bring Disney World here. And honestly, I can't stand Disney World. I've never liked Disney. I don't know why. As a child, I've always told my mom I can't go to a park in those metal strollers. And my mom always told me you have to be quiet and you have to just shut up, because the big fish eats the little shark. That's what she always used to tell me. And I said, but I'm the little piranha, and we take the big shark out faster.
Especially in a group, and that's what we're doing. We're coming together as a force. We're coming together across the nation so that we can, as a school of fish, little piranhas, we can take on the big sharks. Yeah.
Right. And people tell me, well, you're like today I had the mountains call me, and Marlenas, your skin has to be thick. And I said, it's concrete. So if they keep on biting me, teeth are very expensive now, especially after this fake pandemic, because I didn't get the vaccines. COVID's been around since 1999. I was part of a union, and they made us sign documents. And so the union basically controlled us, government controlled us. None of my kids took the vaccine. And then I've lost a lot of friends because I didn't take the vaccine, but a lot of them are suffering from a lot of issues that they didn't have before. Now they're calling me saying, what can we do? And I said, all you can do is jump on that lawsuit that's about to happen. But you're going to get like $5 in the mail unless you want to separately sue the company. But you should have listened to me. I mean, monkeypox. I mean, all that stuff that came in through Florida when they were mixing the drugs. One of my calls as a paramedic and a firefighter in Florida was back in 2005, I think. It was the Flacca. I don't know if any of you remember where the other guy's face off. It was everywhere, all over. And I mean, it went everywhere. That was my call, and I was fighting with City of Miami because it was right on the line. And I knew the man. He was a homeless man, very wealthy man, but I mean, he just went through a bad time, bad divorce. And then you have all these people that end up in Florida, and now they left Florida because of the pandemic, like movie stars, because they ran out of money, because they spent their money. They would make it and spend it. They didn't respect the value of we the people and God we trust, the dollar bill.
Marlene, can I just pause there for a second, because we got a lot of people in here right now, and I want to roll through this. We got to get going onto the topic, and I want you to stay. So please stay up on the panel. But I do have to turn to our Texas reps that came in. Jay Curtis is here in the room, and I want to introduce these other speakers to the floor before we dive into such deep topics, because we got a lot to unpack tonight.
And you said that Mark's going to the border. Is that what I heard one of the guys say, Mark Robinson?
I'm going to let Jay Curtis jump in on that.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm turning off the mic.
No, it's okay. Please stay with us.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off the mic, but I'm going to stay with you.
Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, what's going on, man? Anyway, I've been hearing about these caravans of the border and everything, and I wish I could attend. Unfortunately, I'm knee deep trying to win this race up here, and I just can't get there. It's just all there is to it. Um, I want to give a shout out to Julie Clark. She's providing some help, and it is extremely appreciated. Um, I'm going to say something, and then I'm going to shut up about it, but it needs to be said. All of these people that are supposedly giving out endorsements, they look at your bank account and they turn you down because of your bank account. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. It's wrong because I, as a grassroots conservative, I'm raising as much money as I can to get it done, and I'm running against a totally proved rhino. And oh well, I'm ranting. I just don't like it.
Well, thanks, Jay. You know that we're behind you 100% in
Oh
Texas.
heck
We
yeah.
got Julie Clark in the house. We got Julie Clark in the house. I got Jeff Zink should show up. Ryan Zink is down there. Ryan, I threw you a mic. I want to get you up here. And everybody, please just understand that we got 4 candidates from Texas in the house, and I want everybody to get a chance to speak. But we're going to be rotating people around. If you get dropped, just hang out and I'll get you back up. But I want to get Ryan up here if he's in a good spot. Let's go to Angelo, and then I want to touch with James because James is in the house and his time is sometimes limited. So why don't you go, Angelo?
Hey y'all, I'm Angelo. I am the communication director, and I'm also the spokesperson for Michael Hoover, who's the U.S. Senate candidate here in Michigan. Michael is a a grandfather, a father to 9 grandchildren, and he wants to hand over an America that's truly America first. The America we have right now is not what it was, like years ago, right? And Michael is the only America First candidate. This is a 13-person primary, actually. And Michael also is a small business owner. He's employed thousands of people globally. And when he was a high school, 18 years old, he was a father, and he also, when he was in high school, a girl came to him to ask him if he wanted to keep the baby, and he did. He chose to keep the baby. And we have to protect life at all costs. The analogy is, you go into a burning house. Are you going to save that life? But like I said, Michael is a American first, and he truly cares about the country. There's many rhinos in this race. Mike Rogers, who is a congressman from Michigan, raised the debt by 500%, actually, when he was in Congress. And he also was on the board of Mitricor. He is. And he left Michigan to go do some quote-unquote business in Florida. He also was involved in Benghazi with a company called Aegis with his wife, and profited off of that. And we do not need any rhinos in our party. I'm sorry. We need America First people in this country. Michael is the only America First candidate. in this race. So, like I said, please go to forsenate.com to either donate or to help out with us. We need all the support we can get because this isn't just a fight for, Michigan. It is a fight for every single patriot-loving American in this country that truly cares about this nation. And Michael is the only candidate to give actual solutions versus talking points as well. We don't need any more politicians in office. We don't need any people who say they're going to do something and then not do it, right? That's what the bureaucrats are doing in Washington, D.C. right now. I'm 23 years old, but I know that Michael will win this election and will be able to give back to this country. He's not bought and paid for it all. So please donate or follow us at Hoover FOR Senate on Instagram, on Twitter, and Hoover FORS or Hoover for U.S. Senate on Facebook. Thank you. God bless you guys. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I sent Michael an invite too. It's a full house, and I hopefully Jeff Zink will show up. I see Ashley, Albert, everybody's in the house. We'll be rotating some speakers through, but please stay with us. And we got Johnny with votifynow.org. We encourage everybody daily to download the app. If you haven't done it yet, please download votifynow.org. Puts the power in the people's hands to, if you see something going on with an election, or if you see something going on that looks nefarious, you can take a photograph, or you could take a video and upload it and cite it on a map on the app, and it'll take that data and it'll go to Votify Now, and then they can take that and compile it into a data set that they can actually use to help with election integrity. Johnny, you're in the house. I want to just say welcome, and if you want to open up, you can say hi to everybody, and we'll get into election integrity as we get along here. But if you want to speak on Votify Now, not sure if you're in a spot where you can talk.
Well, I'll give him a second. I did see Eric joined us, Eric Stevenson out of North Carolina, District 13, and I want to recognize him. I told him in the background what we're going to kind of get into, and I just want to thank him for showing up tonight, and hopefully he participates.
Well, there's definitely, for me, I got a lot of energy that I can feel it in the room, and everybody in this room right now has either interviewed with a very reputable news organization or has put in their time. Okay, these are like the heavy hitters here. It might look like you don't know these people, but I'm telling you, every single one of these candidates is doing something, and they're incredible people. And the one thing I know from everybody that I've talked to that's on this panel tonight, they had a calling from God. They literally, everybody on this panel, we really want to make an alliance with God again in America. And so that's part of what this work is that we truly, honestly love and care for every single American citizen in the country. I'm in California, okay? And I was asked, well, why the heck are you worried about what's going on everywhere else? Because I love the whole country. I love everybody in the country. I want us to be successful. I want us to be prosperous. That's what this is about. That's the core mission. And if you want to join it, please find us at magamission.org and sign up and join as a member. A real good friend of mine, James Bradley. What's up, James? Please jump in.
Yes, good evening, everyone, from Kami, California. And I want to I recognize a few people in the crowd. How you doing, True News? And we're looking at the LMB. Good to see you here tonight. Just a couple of updates. Quick brief on me. I'm running against Adam Schiff. And, don't believe the polls. I can say that right off the bat. Because the most active and the only one that served in the active military in this race is moi. So, and I'm still working with CPS, as well as the Border Patrol. So I want to be down there with the caravan in the next coming days. Hopefully, we're going to have some great coverage with Epoch Times. But I got a little thread of information. I sent that to you, Matt, if you want to post it in the bubble. Something happened down in La Jolla, California. They had a boat full of military-age migrants making it on La Jolla shores there. So yes, it is happening. It's happening in Texas, and thank God they're standing up. Arizona, and now it's really starting the activities start really increasing here in California. Why is this so important to me? I served in the United States Coast Guard, fighting off the cartels back in the day. But also, I've been fighting against human and sex and child sex trafficking. And True News, by the way, I'm going to hand the baton over to you, the microphone to you, because she has a story I want her to share with the rest of the team here. But that's what we do. We don't wait to get in office. We bring it now. I'm out there actively at the border, trying to get the inside intel, what's going on. And I tell you, my brothers and sisters that serve in DHS, they're very upset in Mayorkas. And the attrition rate is the highest they've ever seen it. They're replacing them with the woke tribe. And unfortunately, they went from their primary mission of repelling illegals to basically processing paperwork, getting them on buses, putting them in airports, and they end up flying into a zip code near you. So I'll land it there. And if you wouldn't mind taking it over True News so you can say hello to everybody.
Hey,
Thank you, James.
real quick, True. It's great to have you. I just want to let you know I just got a message from Mark Rice, who's another person with us, and he's a great guy. He's actually having dinner right now with General Flynn and Laura Logan, and I said, tell them Magamission says hi. So, like I said, there's a lot of people in this fight, and it's a national fight. It's just so great that the team's coming together. What's up, True News? Great to meet you and see you. How's it going?
Hi, good evening. And I won't take up your room for very long because I could go on forever, and I'm not going to do that. I am here to say that James Bradley is the candidate for California. I am a trafficking victim. I was trafficked as a child and then again as an older woman. I was tortured. I'm a torture victim with heat and cold and starvation and hitting and kicking and beaten and rape and various other methods of torture. I reached out to many, many, many people and asked people to please help me after I was rescued off of a property where I was held against my will. The only person that stood up in my honor has been James Bradley. James Bradley also stands up for homeless veterans and the homeless. As you know, oh my gosh, especially California, the homeless situation is absolutely absurd. Due to what happened to me, because they have opened the borders, I am now stuck in a state I don't want to be in the snow, because I can't get home to Arizona because there's nowhere for people to stay. I am not a drug addict. I am not a drunk. I am a person who was trafficked, who has been thrown into the street, into poverty to die. The only person who has stood up for me and who has tried to help me in various ways is James Bradley. He was in the Coast Guard, and when he was in the Coast Guard, he rescued trafficked children from ships. He has the most amazing stories to tell. Steve Garvey is no James Bradley, and unfortunately, people are standing up for him because he played baseball. I will tell you that I know his little friends as when I was a child, and Steve Garvey is not what he appears to be. That's all I'm going to say, but right now, my hero on earth is James Bradley, and that's never going to go away because of what he's done for me. Also, I recently had an accident, and the only person that has stood up for me, a torture victim, is James Bradley. Thank you so much for listening.
True News. It's wonderful to have you with us tonight, and I'd love to talk to you more about what you're doing, because every single bit and every single part from every person in this room, no matter how big or how small the contribution, is all part of it, and everybody's coming together, and it's going to take all of us.
Which brings me to contributions. If you go to James' page and you can please donate to him, I would swear by him that money's going to go to save the homeless. It's going to be to help with the border situation. That money is going for good things. It is not going into somebody's bank account. It's going to go towards humanity. Thank you, please, for donating to James.
Yeah, you can also find every candidate on magamission.org. We have a MAGA candidates page, and you can see their profiles, and there's a link directly to their campaign so that you can look deeper into their campaign and find out more about them and donate to them directly. So thank you so much. We got a couple people downstairs. I'm still looking for Ryan and Jeff Zink, but I saw Ryan in the room earlier, but he's now gone. Eric, are you with us, sir? How you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Everything is great here in North Carolina, man. And I really love, man, I love Texas for one. One thing about me, now I'm not a typical politician. Like I'm a regular dude, and I used to go to Texas, Dallas primarily, and race at the drag strip, man. So I got a big love for Texas, man. When I think Texas, I think drag strip, I think adrenaline and all those things, man. But with this particular subject, man, our North Carolina governor is a Democrat, and and he is not in alignment with what's happening in Texas and connecting with Texas to making sure that we're all one unified force as far as securing the border, and that's unfortunate. But we have some strong Republican candidates that we're supporting here in North Carolina, man, because that's not gonna cut it, man. That's not gonna cut it. We it almost like you have to have a Republican governor in order to lock arms with other states that have Republican governors that are serious about securing the border. And we know all the reasons that we need to secure the border. And just real quick, Magamission, man, just a 30-second tell folk who I am, man. I'm a native North Carolinian. I live in my district, and I'm fighting against individuals that don't even live in our district, but they have super PACs behind them. They donated money to Democrats. Um, it, man, it's just crazy. They're trying to buy the seat, man. This is we have 14 people running in our district. If that doesn't tell you that this seat is for sale, what else will tell you? But I tell you what, man, 20 years in the Navy, I fought in real war, and 5 years on Fort Bragg, I fought for soldiers that were transitioning out, and for the last 15 years, I've been volunteering at my church's homeless shelter, and I've been fighting for those people as well. And with my two children, we're gonna fight this to keep the pornographic books out of the schools, man. So that's just me, man, here in North Carolina, man, regular guy just trying to fight against the establishment, the rhinos, and those that think we're in a democracy, because our government is run like a democracy right now instead of a constitutional republic like it really is. If we said the Pledge of Allegiance in school, maybe we would know that we're in a republic. But you can't pray in school. You can't say the Pledge of Allegiance in school. All those things matter. We get those things back in school, civics. All those things matter, man, because it shapes the minds of the people to love and respect the country that we live in. And I'll land my plane there. Y'all remember how it was on September 12th, 2001? America was all united, black, white. There was no forced diversity. There was no forced unity that day because we knew we were all attacked. And guess what? We're under attack right now, and we need to unify. And I believe I'm a candidate that can unify my state and get in Congress and unify the nation, man. Thank you for that time.
Well, Eric, I've told you over and over and over and over again, in Nana's state, Nana being my mother, of course, but she has grandchildren, brilliant, brilliant grandchildren. You're the person that's going to make their state better. So I appreciate you and thank you so much for joining us. And if you can hang out for a little bit, that would be cool.
I will. I will. I can multitask, man. I told somebody, I said, man, I'm like the proverbial saying, a one-legged man in a hopscotch contest. I'm all the way busy, like busy, busy, busy. So I'm gonna listen in, and I'm gonna be working on a document on the computer. But hey, I'm listening in, man.
Yeah, we got you. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say something about Eric. So Eric and I met, maybe a month ago or something, in this space. We chatted back and forth, and I happened to tell him my son was 82nd Airborne and at Fort Bragg and was trying to, move up, maybe be a warrant officer or something like that. And without hesitation, Eric said, "Give me your son's information and I will pass it to a good friend of his uh, that, could help my son uh, work that kind of stuff out." And he did. He was true to his word. And we didn't know each other that well. It was just, him and I chatting back and forth, and we thought the same way about some things and stuff. And he literally said, "Send me your son's information, and I'll pass it on, and see if we can, help your son." That speaks volumes about who Eric is and what he represents, and and what it is to be an American. And I just got nothing but uh, love, honor, and respect for Eric. He's a great dude.
Hey, thanks a lot, man. And you just reminded me to follow up with my friend. I just sent my friend a text just to follow up to see, if he heard anything, because they're not in the same unit, but everybody know how to get in contact with everybody. So I just literally sent him a text to follow up on that. And if I hear something, I'll definitely reach back out to you, man. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, I'm going to reset the space. We were talking with Texas candidates and what's been going on down at the border and things that have been happening. Sean, you said you had a 50-second
Yeah,
clip to
let's
set
do
the room.
57 seconds on what's going on.
The numbers you need to understand. Yale University released a study last week by 3 researchers, all of them liberal, I believe, who concluded that the actual number of illegal aliens in this country is not 11 million. It's north of 22 million. 22 million. Fact 1. Fact 2. The Democratic Party is now, as a matter of policy, calling for the legalization of all illegals in this country. Citizenship voting rights. 22 million new voters. Fact 3. The overwhelming majority of first-time immigrant voters vote Democrat. Fact 4. The largest margin in American presidential history was 17 million votes. 1984 election between Mondale and Reagan. 17 million. You would add to our voter rolls 22 million, at least, permanent electoral majority in perpetuity. That's what this is about. It's not about making the country better, serving our labor needs, helping the population. It's about putting Democrats in power forever. That is the truth of our immigration debate. Period.
Well, so there you go. 57 seconds from Tucker. I don't think he's wrong. I mean, he literally. Why do they want the border open? Why are we fighting all these fights? Why are we doing all the things? Why is the Biden administration? Oh God, I just sounded like Biden. Why is the Biden administration just going to cut the razor wire and throw it to the side so people can come in? Why are people why are we doing this? So let's open that up. Yeah, I do have a couple other clips, but we're not going to get to that right now. Well, we'll get to that later. So let's
Yeah, and
open
why is the Supreme Court not backing, the decision to defend our borders? It doesn't make much sense.
So wait, I don't want to answer that right now, but I have the answer. But I would love to hear opinions.
Yeah, and I would say, Sean, Julie Clark would probably be the SME on this subject because of where she is and what she's running for. Because she's been a badass in uh, supporting the border and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Julie, are you stable? You get home safe and everything?
I did. Thank you. Yes. Um, all right, so I'll jump in here and I'll introduce myself first, and I'll kind of just talk top line. But if anyone has any questions, because I know there's a lot of people that want to talk, I'm happy to answer any individual questions. But yeah, everything Tucker said is 100% true. I I can prove it, and that's exactly what they're doing. And so, for those of you that don't know me, my name's Julie Clark. I am running for Congress in District 23, which is the largest border district in the country. It's 29 counties, it's 823 miles of border, and our Republican is votes with the Democrats, and he is purposely helping our open borders. And I'm not a politician. I think I'm like a lot of people in that are running. We are just people who love this country, who are willing to fight and have what it takes to fight to save this country. And that's the only reason that I'm in this race. I was um, elected as the Medina County Republican chair, and I actually wrote the censor against Tony Gonzalez. So those that may not know, he was censored by the Republican Party. I wrote the censor. 16 counties supported that, so more than half of his district has censored him. And it's time for him to go. I think that people are realizing more and more of, who is not fighting and standing up. And we have a lot of that in Congress. I mean, we have other people that just continue to just sit quiet and not take a stand on what's happening. And that's not why I'm going to Congress. I'm going to Congress because I'm going to be loud. I'm going to file legislation. I'm going to file lawsuits against the Biden administration because just like what you heard, um, we're completely open. We have military men entering this country. They're not families who are fleeing for a better life. Eagle Pass is in this district, so I know that we've got the convoy coming here, but we have more people that have entered this country than the population of 38 states. 1 in 4 already have a criminal record before they cross the border. 1 in 3 women have been raped on their way here. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of missing children. And I'm not going to tell a story tonight, but there's stories and there's things that are happening that you don't even want to know about. You just can't even believe that something like this is happening here in the United States of America. We've got cartel that own our borders. They're military trained. And it goes on and on. You guys know, you see what's happening. I'm an hour and a half from the border, and we live this on a daily basis. Um, but yes, there's other candidates running in this race. But I'm the only candidate, again, that actually lives in the district. Just like the other person spoke out, they have people that are running, and a lot of people are running against him because I made it easy, because I wrote a censor. And I say, you know what? What have you done to remove any of the corrupted elected officials where you live? Because if you haven't been in this fight the last 4 years, I don't want you representing me, whether it's state, whether it's federal, whether it's even at the county level. We want someone that we have truly proven themselves that they're here for the right reasons and they're here for the love of this country. When they are processed here at our borders, they're asked about 40 questions. They're signed up for Social Security, and they are asked if they would like to register to vote in the United States of America. And yes, they may not vote, but they're going to be used as voters in this election. I guarantee you. But here's what's interesting. We have a lot of Chinese nationals coming across our border, but they have a different protocol. They're only asked 5 questions because they want them in and out and released to our communities so that people don't see that they're coming into this country. I'm the only candidate in this race, including the incumbent, that actually has a border solution and can tell you exactly what needs to happen and what needs to be done. And it's something that I will do on day one. I have Border Patrol behind me, boots on the ground. I have law enforcement behind me because they truly know that I'm here and I will make this happen. Um, Border Patrol can't speak about a lot of things, so they're funneling different information to us to get out. Um, but we have a lot of retired Border Patrol that are behind us. And you have to ask yourself, there's a candidate that's retired Border Patrol that's in this race. He does not have one Border Patrol endorsement. We have an ICE agent that is in this race who also has not only zero ICE agents endorsements, but no Border Patrol either. Because I think people realize that you need to know who is in this fight. I'm not looking for a government paycheck. I could care less. If this position was free, I'd be doing exactly the same thing that I'm doing today because I'm only going to Washington to get rid and help Trump drain the swamp. I do have the solution if anyone wants to hear or ask me questions down the road. I won't get into it now unless you guys want me to. But we can shed some light on some things that the Biden administration is doing because we all know that right now policy is overriding immigration law. I'm not for immigration reform. We don't need immigration reform. We need to enforce the immigration laws that we have on the books, and they are stout. But they have been directed not to enforce these laws in this country right now, which is treason. And I guess I'll stop right there because I see a lot of hands coming up.
Thank you so much, and I definitely do want to keep diving into this. We're just getting warmed up still. It takes about an hour to get to that place. So we got people coming in, and please, if you could, retweet the space, and that way it gets out there. More people can hear everybody's voices. We will be recording the space and posting it later on YouTube and Rumble. So great stuff, Julie. Please, yeah, we'll dive into that deeper. Let's go to Texas, because Texas, he's the man in the know right now with some stuff that's relating to this.
Well, I wouldn't say the man in the know, but thank you. Julie, you're my neighbor. I'm here in Bexar County, but I did live in Bandera County most of the time. Once I moved to Texas, and I've learned about Medina County all the way Utopia to Eagle Pass. You know, I am a truck driver. I've been to all these border towns, and you know, I've been involved with Truckers Against Trafficking awareness, keeping an eye out, see something, say something. And we need the kind of candidates that are ready to actually dig in, roll up their sleeve, dig in, and clean the mess up in your district. You know your district. I mean, there's nothing I can't tell you. And the stories on the ranches and stuff, and the things that these people find on the ranches is horrors that people don't even know. And people that are down here in Texas, we see this stuff. You know, trailers full of people dying in Bexar County. This is horrible. This is a humanity crisis. We do need to shut down the border right now. I in the legal sense, with our government behind us, but it's a uphill battle. As you know, you're in a very corrupt district, ma'am, and the money is under the tables through there. And people don't think us normal people know this, but some of us are paying attention. And we need fighters, and I've been wanting to touch base with you, and you sound like the kind of candidates we need. I would really love to know a lot more and learn a little bit more of what you're all about personally, but everything sounds great, and I love it. But as you know, politics, I know I'm not saying you, ma'am, but we need people to go in there and clean that out. The people no longer trust government. The people no longer trust politicians, and they either that or they just stop paying attention. The ones that we're watching, we know, And we, the people, are needing this help, and we, the people, are starting to get more and more aware. So we, the people, are going to start looking for candidates like you. So just keep fighting. And I would love to make one of your events to listen to you speak.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I will put this out because I'm actually doing a tour right now in the district. It's called The Last Stand for Texas, because I truly believe this is the last stand for Texas in 2024 if we don't get the right people elected. And I 100% agree with what you said. And this is another reason why I got in this race, because when I got involved in my own county and saw the corruption by Republicans, um, it was time for me to take it to the next level. And so a lot of people don't know. Yes, we've got the issue with the border, and I do have border patrol behind me, and we know exactly what needs to happen. And like I said, we can talk about that later if you guys get to that point. But a lot of people don't understand that your congressperson meets with the county judge and the sheriff in every county. And these people that we have in this district are corrupt. And I am going to fight against these people and hold them accountable. They've all endorsed Tony, obviously, because they're corrupt. We always say, like what your family said when you were growing up, you hang out with certain people, people think that you're that way. Corruption loves corruption. And yeah, I will not only do what I need to in Washington, but I'm also going to clean up this district with our sheriffs and our county judges in our elections. I ran the elections. We do have election issues. I know Texas election law. We need federal election laws and penalties attached to it. So I'm not a one issue person. I'm a person that is standing up for the people. You can look at my endorsements. I have over 50 endorsements. I am leading in fundraising with over $700,000, which are all grassroots. There's no PACs, there's no lobby people behind me. I don't take money from Big Pharma. And so people are finally realizing even $5 makes a difference to a candidate like us or Jay. I'm working to help Jay get some funding too. He needs to get some signs out. But I mean, there's a lot, but we have to make sure we get people who have actually proven themselves. And that's what I did in this county. And that's what I'll do when I go to DC.
Thank you, Julie. We are going to get to some hands real quick. Just let's get to Leslie. She's been hanging on really patiently. Go ahead, Leslie. I can't hear you, Leslie. No, your audio is real faint for me. I think you might have to reset your Wi-Fi, or you're conflicting with Wi-Fi. Oh, there you go. Now you're loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Anyways, no, I just wanted to say, Julie, thank you so much for standing up to run. We need people like you. I actually just went on your website and signed up to volunteer to do phone banking. I'm in Oklahoma, but I am very involved to help fix the things that are going on within our party. I'm a precinct chair for my county, and we can't back down. We need to work together and get all this corruption out. I don't like what's going on in my home state of Texas with the border. I think it's ridiculous, and the Biden people and regime, they have just made our country a place where anybody and everybody, doesn't matter how they come over here and they take everything because they're told that they can. And I lost my mom, unfortunately, to COVID, and she was a legal immigrant. She went through the proper channels, took the citizenship, studied really hard. She hated before she died about what was happening to America because it happened to where she was born in Lima, Peru. And she always told me that to keep standing for for God and for country and everything. And I just continue to stay in this fight. Both my parents are gone, actually.
Well, thank you. And we need people to stay in the fight. They want us to get out of this fight. I mean, I get death threats, I get harassed, and some days are hard. Some days it makes you wonder why you're doing what you're doing. But we're not going to give up. We're going to continue to fight. And it's only because we love this country more than what they do to us. And
Yes,
we got to stay strong. So thank you.
exactly.
Yeah, thank you for
You're
what you're
welcome.
doing.
No problem. I was there J6 too, so I really know what happens.
Well, yeah, the reason why I put J6 in there is because some of the people that are running are J6 defendants or have been defendants for charges. So, we got Ryan Zink in the room, and then I also invited Derek Evans. I'll send him out another invite. He was busy this evening, like some other people. But we got Ryan in the house, and we could maybe talk about how they've been trying to keep, even President Trump off of the ballot because of J6, but they're also trying to do this to other Americans that are running. So using the 14th.
Yep. Thank you so much, y'all.
Hey,
Yeah, thank
Leslie,
you.
God bless you, Leslie. And that's, my heart goes out to you for the loss. And there's a lot of American citizens that suffered from what happened with that. And I feel for you, Leslie. So please don't be a stranger. I'd love to talk to you some more again. And you can hang out for a while. As other people jump in, we might have to rotate people around, but please just stay right there.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Why don't you jump in, honeybee?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Oh, I'm
Doing
doing.
Well, I had jumped over here because I had to tell Tex something, but Julie, really nice to meet you. I followed you. You sound really great. Excuse my daughter's in the background. You sound great for Texas. Yeah, it's a really dangerous job at this moment in time, even though the shift is taking place. Thankfully, we got good people behind us that are going to be bringing the cartels down and that are in the process of bringing the cartels down. It's going to be a lot safer here in the future for, our patriotic humans to be able to run and do something good for this country and keep it in a good place. We're not going to ever let these people get back in power to where they can, put us at the point that we're at right now. But Tex, I was going to tell you, I didn't know if you wanted to talk to Mark Anthony, but yeah, he's over there. So I just wanted to come through and let you know, and I'm glad I did. It's nice to meet all you guys, and I'm gonna head back over that way.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, Mega, this is a freaking awesome space. After I get done with Mark, I'll pop back over, brother.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to miss this stuff. I'm sorry, but we need to touch base anyway.
No, it's cool, brother. There's so much going on right now with this. I'm sure there's probably 5-10 spaces all talking about this. So you do your thing, man. It's
I
hot
gotta
right
get back
now.
to the convoy real quick, brother. So
Yeah, you go do it, man. God bless you, sir, and thank you for everything you're doing.
And God bless all you guys. I mean, we're all in this together, and we're all gonna win this together. I can feel it. We all feel it. That goodness is gonna come back to America. It's uphill battle, but we got it, guys. And some great candidates in this room, and you guys sound like people we are gonna need to start backing up, and we need to get your faces out front instead of these paid puppeteers that want to control every aspect of our lives, guys. Thank you, and I will come back as soon as I'm done, guys.
Oh yeah, no problem. Great to have you, and we'll see you soon. So there's two things up in the nest. Hash was nice enough to, and I'm sure people have seen this. 25 Republican governors just signed a joint letter in support of the Texas resistance. And then back to what I was commenting on the far left was basically a boat landing on the shores, pretty much doing what I said. As we start to shore up our borders and shut down legal immigration that way, people will just take a boat. They'll find other ways to get in. So really, we're porous on all fronts, and the Coast Guard, like I said, they're the ones that protect our shores. And James Bradley is he was in the Coast Guard, so he's seen a lot of action out there. Believe it or not, they do actually have weapons, and they do need them, and they do use them. And there are tragedies out there on the high seas, and the Coast Guard are in it. A lot of people focus on the Army, the Marines, all that stuff, and every single branch of our military and our defense is important, including the Coast Guard. Ashley jumped up. Ashley, how are you this evening?
I'm great. It's been a long week, and coming back from DC was definitely still feeling some jet lag, but it's been great. And I'm so blessed to hear so many just awesome speakers in here, and everybody's got a story that brought them to this place where they're really letting their patriotism and dedication to their country shine. So this is fantastic.
Well, what's even better is, we got Eric Stevens in the house, and then we have lots of different people in here. And I was talking with Mark Rice. He's right now at a dinner with General Flynn, and I think Laura Logan as well. I posted a picture. He's speaking right now, so Mark couldn't come in because he's actually introducing him and doing some stuff tonight. Albert jumped back up. Good to have you, Albert. Bubba's in the house. And we do have spots. So, Joseph, if you want to come up, he's also running, and he's on Magamission as well as a candidate. Albert.
Hey, how you all doing tonight? It's a good day for America with this convoy thing going on. So I definitely support what Texas is doing. I wish New Jersey would answer up with some National Guard as well. I think it would show solidarity because the government's totally failed the people in every which way, legally, lawfully, constitutionally. Title 8 says a whole list of stuff that people can't not come in for it, Section 1132, 1138. And Joe Biden, not a single executive order says don't do that. And yet they're not doing it. Total failure, puts our people in danger. Fentanyl's a weapon. Anyone who peddles it is a soldier against the United States, and that's how it has to be looked at, period. As far as me, I just finished my first screening for the beginning of the screening process. I think it went very well. I'm stoked about that.
Yeah, I didn't think about it. There seems to be quite a few people in here that have not been in spaces, or if we are in spaces together and I'm not following you yet, I will do my best. I try to make it through the list. But I'm running for the 2nd Congressional District in the state of Illinois. So that's almost a quarter of the state. It covers the south part of Chicago and then 8 counties around it. I did not get into politics as a politician. I did a lot of volunteer work, and I was at almost every riot across the country, and I saw what was happening to our country and just the decimation of our lives as we knew it. So that's what got me started, and then it just kind of snowballed from there. But I think that if there was ever an election cycle where we had the opportunity as a people to really take our country back and stand up for what we believe in, I truly believe it's this one.
Yeah, and just to say, so everyone knows which screening I did for Hunterdon County because I'm running for U.S. Senate here in New Jersey against Bob Menendez. So, and everywhere I go, I have a 100% signing rate on my petitions. People are loving me, whether I go to a store, a gas station, a park, or whatever. So we're doing good there, and they were completely impressed with me. So 21 more to go. 20 more to go.
Albert, if I may jump in, I don't think it's Biden's failure at the border. I think this is his agenda. This is his mission. He wants the border open. This constitutes sedition. He wants to take down the border. He wants to import as many illegal invaders as possible. He wants to import the fentanyl. He wants to import all the drugs. He wants to destroy America from the inside out. And that's kind of where we fell short, sending all of these migrants on buses throughout the country. But I think that's what it took for the rest of this country to realize what is going on.
Well, here's the thing. I say he fails because really it's also the deep state and the globalist agenda. And they're actively working against us, trying to destroy us. So some of it's treason, some of it is enemy combatant action, technically speaking. And Joe Biden, incumbent in the office of the presidency, that part has failed us. He's guilty too. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying him sitting in the office, that part failed us because we have the wrong person installed in that office. And I say that because there's a lesson I learned a long time ago when Bill Clinton became president. I wasn't too keen on him, and so were a lot of others, because he's a draft dodger. All right, he is. He dodged the draft. My father and other people, they were in the military. They didn't dodge it. So I didn't like him. And two, he screwed up in Africa and he got off the airplane. And people forget, oh, had I only known. He knew. Everybody knew. We all wrote letters. We were there offshore. We could have helped. No was the order from him. So
Absolutely. You know what? You nailed it. He's a failure on the Constitution, but we can all see this is his plan the whole time. It is involved with the globalists. It is the World Economic Forum, the UN. They're telling these these invaders how to get into our country and how to bypass the laws and convince our, what is it called? The CBP, the Customs
right.
Border. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. And I hope that when we do get into office, we can figure out everything that we need to indict, impeach, and imprison this guy, because this is not the United States as I know it. But with that being
because,
said, I'll yield, Albert. That's
yeah,
awesome, man. Thank you.
because here's the thing. Okay, technically the person's not a president. They may win the title of president. It's actually an office, and they're installed via oath into the office, right? So they represent the office. The office acts. So Biden, as the person, has failed the office and betrayed the people, right? So those are important distinctions that need to be made.
Mr. Sink, Ryan, please join us.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Sorry I've been popping in and out. I had to make an emergency trip down here to Dallas today to talk about some fundraising and stuff for the campaign. But I'm Ryan Zink. I'm a January 6th defendant. I've been through the ringer the last 3 years. I know who the deep state is. I've met them face to face. It's time to overturn a lot of these judges, prosecutors, district attorneys. I've got a border plan that's 50-50-50 plan. Every 50 yards, there's a 50-foot tower with a 50 caliber machine gun. Every time you try to come into the United States, you're met in the face with the face of a gun. Right down the barrel. I think that's the way that we need to do it. Far too long, we've seen stuff happening with our country. It's time for it to end. There's nothing else that we can do to make these people listen to us. I'm from right here in the great state of Texas. They'll hand you a $5,000 gift card and a free cell phone and everything else, and not consider these people to be extremists or terrorists or whatever they want to be for coming to the country. And yet I can stand outside of the halls of Congress and protect police officers from being attacked by other people, and I'm a domestic terrorist and a felon. Screw this. Enough's enough. I spent the last 3 years of my life worried about what was going to happen and about who's supposed to be in office. My full endorsement, Donald J. Trump, 2024. But as it comes for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And I think that that's the most important thing that we need to look on our aspect, is that we need to pray that we get these people out. Jesus Christ 2024 is the only candidate that can absolutely fix this country. When it comes to our finances, my congressman is responsible for a lot of the finance problems in this country. He's the head of the finance committee. He's the chair. He's lied to the American people about the policies that we're going to instill as a nation. We've sent millions and billions of dollars to other countries, and yet here we are, the 25th of January, less than a year from when Donald Trump takes office, and nothing's being done. We're not spending any money towards people. We've got thousands and thousands of veterans that are being pushed out by, illegal immigrants, and for what? For what? Our fighting men and women have been reduced down to nothing because their leadership is trash, because they don't know whether, they want to use the bathroom in the men's room or the women's room. I'm just fed up with it. I sit here walking in downtown Dallas, Texas tonight, if you're wondering why I'm a little out of breath, because I'm taking in the scenery of how beautiful this state is, about how many people are here. And then I'm going to drive back home tomorrow morning, and I'm going to go to Lubbock, Texas, where there's nothing but ag and dirt and tumbleweeds and what I call home, what I love, the people that I respect and have the authority for when I'm elected into that position to speak on their behalf. And it just amazes me. It amazes me that we are still having these talks in 2024, that we have to convince someone that it's not okay for a man to be inside of a woman's bathroom, that it's not okay for men to compete in women's sports, that it's not okay for you to be on the sideline cheering on something that we all know is wrong. And that's what Biden did to this country. That's what his leadership has done. That's what all of the people that he's pointed in place. And I'm sick of it. My own congressman refused to help me whenever it came to January 6th, despite the fact that I was completely innocent. I'm finished with it. These judges, these prosecutors, this president, this cabinet, they all need to go. Maybe we should just, consider America as like a recently single woman. She needs to just hang out for a while and be the states by herself. It's time to restore power back to the American people, strip away all these federal agencies, and then get down to what really matters, which is the power of the states and the power of the people. Because this ain't it. This ain't America. We still have so much fight left in us, and yet nobody, except for a few select people, are standing up to fight. I had to drive 6 hours today to meet with somebody who wants to fight. You know what I mean? It's incredible. But that's all I got. I yield. I'm fixing to walk into another meeting. I'm glad that I got to talk to everybody. RyanZink.vote. You can go check me out there. And if you want to donate to January 6th defendants, you can go to givesendgo.com/RyanZink. Thanks, y'all.
Well, hey,
Hey,
Ryan, before you run off, is Jeff around tonight?
No, my dad, he's in
Oh, he's busy.
Arizona. I'm in Texas.
Right on. Well,
hey,
cool, man.
Tank, before you
Yeah.
go, that thing with the 50 caliber every 50 yards sounds a little like my Hadrian Wall thing. Because one of the things I profess is that we should have a milepost similar to the Hadrian's Wall. We need overlapping fields of patrol and overlapping fields of fire and overlapping fields of interdiction, as well as aircraft and seaborne patrols.
Well, I mean, my border policy, it it's always up for amendment. I mean, if we want to add planes, if we want to add more troops, I think we should. And that's why I'm happy that Texas isn't standing down with Joe Biden's unconstitutional order, because the state of Texas itself has a constitution that states that we have to protect other people. It's our border. But I stand with Texas, and I will always stand with America first. It doesn't matter the individualized states that come, because we're the only state that can still back out of this union. There may be a couple more that are in stature, but this is Texas. We'll do it. Piss us off long enough, I promise you, we'll be gone. And
Yep. One of the things we should do, which I've been advocating, is making that border into one of the world's longest bases, and just use it as a military base. This way, we can have dominant control and positive control, and this way, people can't get in or out.
well, and that too, but see, we got to do crowd control on the other side of that border too. It's time that we start utilizing these warthogs and planes to start thinning out a whole bunch of these cartel activities. That way we don't have anybody left to fight, or anybody that's pushing fentanyl across the border. You don't understand. A lot of people, I'm sure in this room, understand, but a majority of the people that I talk to have no idea the benefit of just stopping what's coming through the border because of the fentanyl deaths that it presents. I talk to people all day long on the phone, and they're like, I didn't even realize it was that big a deal. But it is, and it's so very devastating and damaging. There's a billboard here in Dallas. There's a 16-year-old boy that just died, and his family put up a billboard about the dangers of fentanyl. I wish we had done that about America before Joe Biden got in.
Herschel, I do believe that your border policy is going to really increase the culture aspect in our military. It's something that we really need. We need to bring back our military. I think with the way everything's being ran now, no one wants to join. Our recruiting numbers are down. We need to reestablish culture and American first policies in being pride and proudful of being an American soldier, whether it's Marines, Navy, Coast Guard. It's so important. Like, these people don't understand how down our numbers are and how vulnerable our country is.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I stand right by you.
We have to get our military back to Valhalla bound mindset. You know, we that have to love the country, willing to do whatever they need to do for the country. You know, reminds me of a story General told us about when we were in the desert. You know, and this is when they were still the Army of One. And so they're there, and one of the lead Haji leaders comes in. He's there with his group of people, like 100 or so, getting figured. So he's like, hey, he tells one of his folks, go on up over that hill. And so he does, and he goes. And next thing you know, you see man dress flying, the headdress, body parts flying in the air, and the guy can't figure it out. So he was like, you two, go over there. Same thing happens. And they still can't figure it out. It's just one guy standing up and taunting them. So he sends this whole group over that hill, and they all get destroyed the same way. Body parts flying all over, dresses. And he's like, what in the hell? And 1,000 U.S. soldiers come out. Oh, Army of One.
Well, hey, Albert, let's get to Ashley, but I just want to welcome Assemble X of Texas has joined us, and I want to get to them. And then Johnny dropped down. Johnny, if you can hear me, come on back up, because we're going to want to shift to election integrity at some point, and I want you to talk about Votify Now. If you can hear me, come back up. Ashley, why don't you jump in?
One of the generation war that party just perfected with some of what they've pushed over the last, I would say, almost, well, even through Obama, I would just say this apathy cloud over a majority of our population will do anything to avoid losing being comfortable. And sometimes what's comfortable now will lead to inevitable pain and destruction later. And I think that's what we're really seeing, is that so many people just being willing to turn a blind eye is going to catch up. And we're seeing that with the whole, even the border issue with migrancy. There are people who simply do not want to discuss it. They don't want to talk about it. It hasn't hit their towns. It hasn't affected their families yet. And until the point that it does, they are willing to ignore it. And I think that this trained apathy, especially within our youth, is also why we're seeing, lower military. Our children, unfortunately, are just not healthy even. I believe that the last percentage was 63% of men and women who are of eligible age would not actually be eligible to serve in the condition that their bodies and their minds are currently in. There's younger people are on all different sorts of, mental, I guess what you would consider mentally stabilizing drugs. It's insane. But I think that when we get into office as, conservative moralists, I don't even necessarily want to say Republicans sometimes, because there's Republicans that I don't agree with, because they seem to be moving at their own incentive as well. But I think that we really need to figure out how we're going to turn that around, because our young people have been failed. And that we need help in so many aspects. Somebody
Thanks,
say
Ash.
something.
It's all right. I'm in the back channels, and Sean is sitting there. Angelo's back, and yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wrapped up something in the back channels. Assemble X is in the house. What's up, Assemble X, Texas? How you doing?
Hey y'all, how are y'all?
Doing good. We're just
Good.
we're getting into it.
Good.
Why don't you jump in?
I'm Lori Gallagher. I'm here in Williamson County, Texas, Central Texas. Fifth generation Texan. I'm the director of Tally Texas, a movement to get the voting machines out across the state. And I volunteer for Cause of America Texas, trying to teach people how to get involved with their elections. So thank y'all for having this space and talking about the border and getting everybody rallied up. Appreciate y'all.
You know, here's the thing about a border before I disappear because of the where I'm traveling through. Throughout human history, whenever there's been a nation, there's been a border. Whenever that border has been compromised, destroyed, and annihilated, so too has the nation. Having that border is so critical to our existence, and we have to get control of it. And thank God, and God bless Texas for doing what they're doing.
Well, it's great to have the support of, I guess it's what, 24 states now, 25 states. I think that's probably how it should have been in the beginning. We don't have too much confidence in Governor Abbott to do anything after he's been in office for many years. And so this has been going on. We've been dealing with a porous border for a long time. And it used to be immigrants coming and working and the things y'all were saying. But this is a totally different situation. And I think everybody sees that. And hopefully the states will rally around and send their guard, and the people will support them.
Hey, does Texas have a capability of having some kind of emergency recall on a governor and putting somebody else in that's going to actually do for Texas?
You know, I haven't. My mother-in-law, this is hilarious, but my mother-in-law made me swear not to mess with Abbott because he signed the heartbeat bill. And so when we started in November of 2020, when all this went south, it went south in Texas too. I made a promise not to go after him. So I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the governor. There is a process with your local county officials, but I imagine it would be through the legislature if there was a method to recall him. So, but if we get hand-marked paper ballots, I'm pretty sure we can put somebody else in place, which is why we're working on that.
Go ahead, jump in, Angelo.
Hey y'all. Yeah, I mean we have to get our border secure, completely. I was just in the space with Grant Cardone, and a couple of other people, and you know it is truly disturbing to see the Biden administration, you know, one, ignore it, two, have people who are Republicans in name only, you know, sign a bill or sign a pro-life bill, but then completely ignore the fact that there's issues at the border. You know, we need people who are going to stand strong for the border. And like Albert said, the border is a border. You don't just have an open door policy in one of the freest countries on this planet, right? And we have thousands of people pouring in, and nobody thinks that's a problem. I was in Arizona and Texas. I was down there for an event. I saw immigrants getting flown everywhere. That's a problem for Kamala Harris and other people to completely ignore that it's arbitrary and an affront to our nation. I'm not against immigration at all, but the rate at this is happening at is not good at all. And we need people in there who have a spine, have a backbone to say, you know, we have to address this. It took you 3 years to realize that this was a problem. You should have got this done on day one or day two, at least. We need politicians. We need people in there who are going to address the critical issues of our country and our society. And yeah, thank you.
Hey, Maga, let me know. Sorry, I just got locked out. It's Johnny from votifynow. Just give me a thumbs up when you want me to speak.
Oh, hey, Johnny. Good to have you. Yeah, the spaces are sketchy. People's phones get locked up. Sean got booted down, all that jive. So that's just Twitter, man. It's another day in Twitter. It's a wonderful app, isn't it? It gives us so much freedom, but also constrains us in so many other ways at the same time. I just want to reset the space real quick and invite everybody to please, if you can, retweet the space. We will be recording the space. We'll be putting it out on Rumble and YouTube afterwards. A lot of great things were spoken of in the opening. I would like you to jump in, Johnny, because really at the crux of everything that we're dealing with, on top of all of this, we have an issue with the elections and election integrity. And votifynow.org is, I mean, I think it's a godsend. I mean, you look at the digital age and where we're going and where we're at. You're coming in right at the right time when we need election integrity the most.
Well,
So please, Johnny.
I appreciate that. By the way, by the right time, keep in mind we're talking about late 2019, which is when we started to build for the 2024 elections, knowing that a system takes a few years. But yeah, we are fortunate that we've got the system running solid. And I know I recognize Albert and Sean, a lot of faces here, Joseph. For those that don't know, anybody can go to votifynow.org and learn about the app. It's an app that lets people report incidents real easily. They can just click a couple buttons, type up, write up a quick description, take a photo, video, hit submit. It automatically comes up into our algorithm and smart functionality that vets the system. And then what's key is that incident goes up on our map that's also viewable from the app. The incident becomes viewable for everybody to see within minutes. So we've pretty much put an end to the random people reporting things here and there. And, one person reports on an 800 number line that gets looked at, a week or two later. Another person is sending something to the state or the RNC's website. We've got everything all in one place, all up. Everything's fully transparent. Somebody reports something and the whole country could see it within minutes. So this will help people make a better decision where and how they might want to vote, because it's giving them real-time information. And then also the second functionality is we're taking all these incidents, putting them in PDF reports, and they're getting emailed literally on the hour to teams across the country and their lawyers and sheriffs. Right now, I think we've got about 300 people signed up across the country, usually community leaders or candidates. Some of your candidates here, even MAGA, on your that you're supporting, we will get them the data as well. So we encourage everybody to go to votifynow.org. It's not just Votify like it says on my profile. That's just X. It's Votify Now. The website's votifynow.org, or you could go to the App Store or for your Android or your iPhone and download it. Again, we went live in 2020. We were pretty effective in the 2022 elections. Was used in Kerry Lake's case. By the way, a lot of people say to me, "Well, Johnny, you guys didn't win anything. We have nothing to do with what a judge or the lawyers do. All we could do is present evidence." And right now we're in Abe Hamadad's battle. He's still fighting for Attorney General. And by the way, you guys are getting kind of a scoop here. We think we've got our first state where the Secretary of State is going to roll out the app, the platform across the whole state. So fingers crossed, we'll find out in the next couple of days. But we've been in talks for about a week with them, and it's looking pretty good. So if anybody's got any questions, they can DM me. And we don't take any donations. We don't ask anybody for a dime. I funded this. I've been very fortunate with a few other platforms I built. So this is self-funded, and we all know that this 2024 election is going to all be about the cheat. The other guys have nothing to offer. So the main battle is going to be about trying to keep these elections clean and fair. So we're ready to do our part and ask for everybody to download it, use it. If you see something, say something, share it with people. And yeah, with that, I'll mute myself and I'll stick around. Appreciate the opportunity to tell you guys about it.
Yeah, Albert, I mean, not Albert, sorry, Albert had a situation, actually, speaking of Albert, he had a situation in New Jersey when he went to vote where he actually had to step and ask for a judge to rule on whether or not he was going to be able to vote or not. A lot of times, these locations, they'll ask you to sign a provisional ballot, which it's not counting unless the election is in contest later. They say it's going to be counted. It's counted, but it doesn't go towards the election. So if you're there and you're voting in person, do not go anywhere. You can ask to see a judge. If they say, well, there's something wrong, you can't vote. Just, you can ask to see a judge. You can have your case heard. You could also use Votify Now and document that you were obstructed from voting that day. You could say what happened. But I kind of wanted to dive into, like, you kind of went through the lifespan of a notification that somebody sends to Votify Now and how it goes through the system. The smart learning system also gets other notifications from other people in the area to kind of collate or put it together, like this is something going on in this area, right? So the AI smart learning, it
Oh,
distinguishes, right?
well, by the way, we got it going better than that. We've got the data, because all the data, we're in all the states. Of course, we just focus on the swing states for the most part. We make those our priority, but we do support every state. And no, the app has taken data from every state and it's trying to learn patterns, different comparing different Wi-Fi. It's doing a bunch of things, and we're trying to teach it new things all the time. So, I know AI sounds scary. It's just AI has been around for a long time, and really AI is not that much different than an algorithm. It's just all based on like large language models. I don't want to get too techie here, but we are using technology like the other guys do. They've been using technology much better than us. And we take what used to, I mean, imagine what a poor candidate would have to go through just, even 4 years ago. If someone got robbed in an election, they would have to go through trying to collect evidence, trying to get footage from different things. My God, it would take weeks, months. We've cut that down so that on the day of, they have stacks of evidence that we compile in PDF files on spreadsheets so that they have in their email box a nice, neat little package of what went down in their district or their state or whatever. So we've taken that, timeline of days, weeks, months, and we've turned that into, minutes or hours at the most. And we think that that will be an effective deterrent. It'll keep the bad guys on their toes. It'll make the bad guys have to work harder to cheat. And we feel like we can minimize the steal if we're shining a light on what they're up to right away within minutes and everybody knows about it. You can imagine that they'll get away with a lot less. There's no way we can be prepared for all the stuff they're about to pull in this November election. But, we can certainly be on guard. We can be reporting things and looking at it and getting people on it. If it's something where we could send, I don't want to start having anybody endanger themselves and tell them go personally go look into something, but we have law enforcement do that, or whatever the situation may be, shut down something they're doing that's not legal. So there's so many scenarios, but anyways, it's the app is live again. It's been live for a few years. You guys might hear some other products where we've got a few imitators of people that are claiming that they are building something, and they'll explain Votify Now, and then they'll say, hey, just give us money, send us money because we're building this app, and then they'll describe my app, and we don't take a fucking penny. And let me tell you, if I catch these guys doing this or ever hear them, or I'm ever in a room with them, they're gonna have a big problem. But for up to this point, I've just been hearing rumors of it. Although I will tell you guys one last thing. we had a couple emails, and I personally respond to almost every email. And I called the lady, and they wanted their money back. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they were like, "Well, we know that you're blah 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 talking about the app." And I, for the life of me, couldn't figure it out. And I said, "Ma'am, we've never taken a cent." And she said, "Well, aren't you building something that collects information and has dots on a map?" It turns out she was talking about somebody else that's in the election integrity space. I'm not going to drop their name right now. And this son of a bitch was going around taking donations, telling people that he's building a very advanced system, describing my app, and that people just need to donate so they could finish this thing in time. And the person was describing my app close enough that the person that wanted their donation back, feeling like they kind of got suckered or whatever, they literally contacted us. So just some shady grifters out there. Just be careful, you guys. And again, we don't take a dime. So I'm not saying some people don't need to take donations. Candidates certainly need donations. A lot of these nonprofits, but we don't take anything. We feel like it's our God-given rights in the Constitution to vote. So we don't take a cent. But anyways, sorry to go off on that little rant.
No, it's okay. What I wanted you to get to was the trail end of it, when after you collect the complaint or the notification, and then you get to we've heard in other spaces where people talk about bringing it to the affidavit section, where basically bringing it to a lawyer and having it, taking it.
I know where you're going with this, Matt.
Yeah, please describe the trail end of how Votify Now actually brings us together.
So what he's talking about, me and we were in a room, and this loudmouth guy, he keeps on trying to tell me that we should have Votify Now do the lengthy affidavit process on all these things. This idiot person I'm speaking of does not realize that it is our job to give the data to the lawyers that we work with, and the lawyers are the ones that want to handle the affidavit. By the way, Magamission, that guy, and I'm not gonna name his name.
There's no need.
He isn't the first guy to tell me, dude, what you got to do is, you got to turn them into affidavits. Could you imagine, you guys? We're trying to collect thousands of incidents an hour across the country. How the fuck would we even be sitting around turning these things into thousands of affidavits when not even all of them, the lawyers are going to want? These lawyers, like right now, we're working with Abe Hamadad. I don't know if you guys know, Arizona Attorney General. We're working with his lawyer right now, and they're very specific when they're putting their case together. They want certain evidence, and then they cherry pick the evidence. We give them as much as possible. We give them a big pile, basically, and then they cherry pick the stuff that's going to support their case that they're putting together. They know how they want to approach the judge, and then the lawyers are the ones that take that evidence and turn those specific pieces that fit their narrative into the affidavits. So that is why it's so ludicrous when I'm getting people suggesting they haven't done it in a while. That one guy was the first guy in a while, but that's why it's so ridiculous that we would dedicate the thousands of hours of man hours to turn everything in an affidavit in case somebody would want to use it. Not to mention, lawyers are very specific about how they want to turn these things into affidavits, or some people call them jurats. I mean, there's a slight difference, and I don't want to get too into the legal weeds. Someone could probably speak to that more than I could, but yeah, it's our job to collect as much evidence and keep chain of custody and get it to the voters so the voters could see it on the app as quickly as possible, and then get the PDF documents with more detailed evidence, get those to the attorneys as quick as possible. That is purely Votify Now's mission. That's it. Anything else is all extra. The app does do some extra things, but that's all just icing on the cake, which we're not going to focus on before the elections, because we know that the ball game is in November. Like, if we don't get this right, we're in trouble. So
Well, that was kind of what I wanted people to understand, is that when they actually document an incident, that Votify Now collects all this data and it goes to the right people, and it continues on to the people that are going to put this together and use all that data and towards bringing a case with the evidence.
Defending, yeah, sorry,
Yes.
towards defending their candidate. So it's not our job to the candidates have legal teams for a reason. We don't want to step on the legal team's toes. We want to give the legal teams the raw evidence and then let them turn that into the legal document, the affidavit, how they see fit. So even if we had the thousands of man hours to do it, it still wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted people to understand that it just doesn't just go away, right? A lot of people are like, yeah, I have this app, big deal. I see apps every day. What does this do? And this app actually takes all that, compiles all that data, and makes sure it goes to the right place. And like you said, to the candidates, attorneys.
And I don't want to, I don't want this to sound braggadocious or whatever, but not all apps are the same. We have some apps. I build apps for clients. We have some apps that are like a game app, for young people. And an app like that might take us 6 months to build. Votify Now has a whole bunch of technology in there. Votify Now took years to build. So, don't think that just like not all websites are the same, not all apps are the same. And Votify Now is a really complex. In fact, whenever I meet with like a real heavy hitter, like the Secretary of State's office, I come in, I show them the back end, and that's the app. Remember, is just like the tip of an iceberg sticking out of the water. The real heart of it is not showing, and that's our servers filled with code, and the database filled with all the information. So really, the app should be kind of looked at as like the data entry device, what you're using to enter the data, and then you also use the app to see it. And if anybody wants a real simple explanation of how the app uses, if you go to votifynow.org, on the homepage, you could watch the explainer video that talks about the functionality, and then watch the training video. It's only 90 seconds. It'll show you how easy it is to report something, and then how easy it is to go and view the whole country and see what's happening.
Awesome. Thank you, Johnny. Americans felt disenfranchised. People feel like, and then we fall into apathy, and we really need to get people out there. And there's all these organizations doing it in every single state. We need to register people to vote. We need to register as many people as we can to vote, because not everybody actually turns out on the back end and votes. I mean, if you would think of it this way, sometimes it's only 50% of a state has actually registered to vote. Think about all those people that, if they just stepped up and registered to vote, got active instead of being mad about it, and after the fact complaining about it and being all upset, and then they come into spaces and I hear it. I used to hear it a lot. I don't hear it so much anymore because they realize it's not going to go anywhere. They come in there, they get really mad. They talk about how upset they are with the country. And then they get to this place where they go, and what are we going to do about it? Well, first of all, if you could, you should definitely get involved with registering people to vote. And you should educate the people. And so we're working with precinct committeemen. We're working with organizations. We're working with candidates. We're working with Votify Now. And if you're part of an organization that's on that mission, I want to talk to you, because like Votify Now, we don't ask for anything from the people. I think the information should be free. I funded Magamission. I did this with my own money. It's my donation to America and to the people. So it's there for you to use. If you have or an organization that's a grassroots organization, I don't care if it's a small group or a large group. It's all part of the collective. And that's what's going to help everybody rise to the top, because it's going to take every single one of us. This time, if you were mad about the last election and maybe you were mad that the wrong president got in, well, you voted for that. And when I say the people voted for that because they didn't vote. Maybe they didn't get active enough. Nobody stepped up. They just want to sit around and complain about it. Right now, everybody in this room, the very first thing you could do is you're here listening. That's an action item. You came in to listen tonight. The second action item you can do is you could retweet the space. That's really easy to do. But going out and registering voters, it gets a little bit more difficult. You need a little bit of training. So we have buttons. They're links. You can push the button, go to magamission.org. You can register people to vote through the Magamission website. You can also register, or you can sign up to be a poll watcher or poll worker. And then you can also go to Early Vote Action. And Scott Pressler is doing a lot of work in those, especially in those battleground states. And you can do work right from where you're at. And Christian Lamar, he's really busy signing up precinct committeemen. We encourage people to look into it. Definitely become a precinct committeeman if you can. It's really important to fill those vacancies. And so it's all of these things going on. And, you know, some people, they go and they talk to committee hearings, or they go to the state capitol, they speak in education committee hearings, they speak at school boards. Every single part of that is part of the big equation. So it doesn't matter how big or how small your effort is. If you can at least register to vote, and please, please, please vote. Because if you don't, that is the one true power that the people have. And if you surrender that power, well, welcome to Bidenomics. That's really what ends up being the result. So I don't know what the stats are in Texas. Assemble X, do you know what the stats are as far as registered voters in the past, or what the numbers look like as far as registered voters and how many people actually voted in Texas? I don't have the data about it, but
Give me 1 minute.
yeah, no, that's cool. You know, in California, for example, only 50% of the people registered to vote. And then when it came to voting, only, I think 70% actually voted, 73. So it was a low number. It wasn't even 80% of voters actually, that are registered voters, voted. And looking at the numbers, what we're looking at is we're looking at the independent voter. The independent voter, we don't know what they're going to do. We don't know if how they're going to vote. And it turns out that if the independent voter actually swings in a certain direction, usually it's like 46%, something like, it's almost 50-50. You know, they could swing left or right. I think in the future they're going to start swinging right. And we'd really like that independent voter to swing right and go towards the candidate that's actually going to do something for America. I see Trumpish. Trumpish, what's up, man? It's good to have you.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
I'm doing great.
So
how are
I
you
have
doing?
a suggestion, a question for Votify, and a stat from New Jersey. So start off with Votify. You know, we talked about the general election and, you know, protecting the integrity of that. What about our primaries? Does this app work with our primaries?
I don't know if Johnny could hear you. Johnny, can you hear me? Mic check.
I'm sorry, guys. They cut out on me again. Did someone ask a question?
Yeah, it was Trumpish was asking, and I already know the answer, but he was asking about primaries. Does this app work during primaries?
That's a great question. We have not really had much impact on the primaries, but also it appears, and this is just a theory of mine, you guys, this is the first real primaries. This is the first primaries that we have been live of, leading up to a general. I think the trick that they do in primaries is a somewhat semi-legal one, where we know a lot of Democrats voted, signed up as Republicans and voted, like for Nikki Haley. I think stuff like that is much tougher to capture. I don't even know. Maybe someone could speak. I don't know if there's a lawyer in here. I don't even know if there's any that's against the the rules, the law, or whatever. But
No, it's not against the rules or the law. and it's normal. It's very normal, and we need to be aware of it. I
Yeah.
have family that totally does that. They've been registered Republicans their entire life. They're in their 80s because they say that's my chance to give the Republican Party a big FU is in their primaries, right? So, yeah, no, it's totally legal, totally lawful, and yes, it happens all the time, and we just need to be aware of it.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I think we had some reports of that, but again, there was nothing really to see here. So we are available to be used for primaries, but we don't have a good test case yet. Again, 2024 is our first primaries that we were live. We were not yet live in the 2021. We were barely getting a clunky version up towards the end or the middle of 2020. So anyways, yeah, I don't know if that answers the question, but
Yeah, it does.
I don't have much data on that.
All right. So one of the suggestions that I have is, I'm sure you're all familiar with proton mail. So if our election system, when we go to vote, reacted like proton mail to where it separates and then comes together and then creates the vote and then it gets notified, there's less of a chance of a breach in the process between the actual vote and the reading of the vote to have it recorded properly. Why can't we do something like that? And I know it's going to be expensive to be able to convert machines or to design something like that. But with today's technology, it should be fairly simple to do that.
Well, you know, a lot of people have mentioned technology and voting, and so we brought in the machines, right? But we have issues with the machines. It was supposed to expedite things. So oftentimes what I'm noticing is that through automation, we're actually sacrificing a lot. Just like with safety, we sacrifice our freedoms under the guise of safety, and we also sacrifice other things under the guise of convenience. But what you're talking about is a really great thing. I think Johnny could comment on it. He might have
By
dropped
the
out,
way,
and he's back.
again, I have no idea what the hell if Twitter's playing games on me. I did not hear the question. If he could repeat his statement.
Yeah, Twitter doesn't want us to
Yeah.
speak on these things. Apparently, it's
If you
okay. We'll just keep
if you
trying
repeat that, please go ahead.
until we.
So proton mail, the way it works is you do your mail, it separates in different points and it gets encrypted, and then it comes back together and gets translated, I guess, at the point when it's received by the person it's being sent to. So if we had a system like that, why couldn't it be built in for voting to be able to bring the vote current? And for example, everybody votes, nobody knows what the results is. They turn around and they activate the translator, I guess we could call it. I'm not a tech guy, but it composes all those votes and then it gets tallied. And then that's it.
Wait,
It's
but
all recorded, all done.
by the way, you realize you're not asking the right question. Even as slick as that sounds, what we really need is just paper ballot, same day. And the bigger problem is, how are you going to get all the different precincts? I think there's thousands of them, or at least all the different states. How are you going to get every single state to all agree to doing that proton mail thing? That's going to take you about 50 years. It'll probably never happen. So even though you bring up a great point with that, the way proton works, I have the same conversation when people tell me, why don't we just all just go to paper ballot same day? And it's like, do you guys think we're going to make that happen by November 5th? It's like, I certainly hope that if we win back the White House, I hope that's the number one priority. Well, next to about 50 other fucking priorities, is to fix all this bullshit with mailing in and all these different things. But yeah, I think it is doable what you're talking about, but how are you going to get all the powers that be to all agree on implementing that is what would take the 100 years and just, in my opinion. But yeah, that technology, there's certainly there. It's just you would have to get so many different entities to agree. By the way, try to get even 3 parties in Washington to agree on doing something, let alone 3,000 or however many would be.
Well, well, I know back to the paper ballots and going to same day voting. Well, a lot of counties are fighting against the machines, and we kind of spoke about this last Saturday in our Rage Against the Machines space. And they're fighting against these machines, and they're going back to the basics. So I think if people keep working on that, and the other counties follow suit,
Wait,
it'll
you're
spread.
saying you think this could happen by November 5th?
That's not what I
Do you
said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said there are counties that are making sure that those machines are not
You
used.
know what? I God bless all those people working on that. That's working on that good fight. Again, we would like to hope for the best and plan for the worst. So I tell everybody just be ready. If you see something, say something. Votify now, in case there is funny business happening and things start to go sideways and people start machines start breaking down, lines start wrapping around the buildings and. But yeah, I agree with you. I appreciate everybody who works on getting rid of those machines.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, everybody feels disenfranchised, number one. This is across America. So there are people in every single state and every single county right now fighting against those damn machines. So I'm not saying we're going to be able to do it before 2024, but we're sure going in the right direction. And God bless them for doing it. Anyways, I got to go to Sean. Jump in, bud.
No, yeah, you're 100% right. First, we got to win by a margin that you've never seen before, right? And then we can start to affect some change, right? So we got to get out. It's a step process, right? So Scott Pressler, right? Register people to vote, but then you got to encourage them to go actually vote, and then once we get people in, we start changing things. So, like, all of my friends that I see in this space that are running for office, those are the people, when you listen to them, they're talking about all this stuff. They're telling you, hey, this is what I will do for you if you just vote me into office. Like, so we're done with all the nonsense. So let's hold on. Let's go to the proton mail vote. No, I'm gonna go a hard no on that. And we've been clear, very clear. We want a paper vote. Are we going to get there by November? No, absolutely not. Which is why we have to literally crush them at the voting box.
You're starting to sound like Conan the Barbarian, and the Riddle of Steel or something. But look, look, man, yeah, exactly what you said. We need to win by we got to have a big win, and everybody needs to get out there and do this. We just got to take this back. But Sean, what about blockchain? I mean, we've heard it all. We've heard people say, we could do this with blockchain. We could do, and everybody keeps going to technology. When we have the power of the pen, in our hand, it's right there.
Yeah, no, it cracks me up. It literally cracks me up. I mean, blockchain. Okay, I get it. You claim it's secured, but no.
It's maybe in
Again, no.
2035 or
Again,
something.
no.
I don't know.
Again, no. Again, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, digital stuff. I think. Anyways, Johnny, jump in. Sorry. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, absolutely. And I follow blockchain. I'm a big crypto bro, but no, we need paper ballots at some point. It ain't going to happen by November 5th. What we need to do, get the word out, get great, use precinct strategy type, people like Christian and Dan Schultz that are leaders in that. Get that movement. Pressler's doing some great work with getting the vote out. People use Votify Now to protect the vote and give the candidates give the candidates something to work with if they got to do a fight afterwards. And we do need a massive turnout. And then, like Sean was saying, then we can work on trying to, change the system once we've saved the country.
Yeah, and don't become complacent just looking at polls. President Trump spoke about this many times. We need to push as though we're behind. Don't look at the polls and think, oh, he's got it in the bag. Look at how bad everything is. Who could not vote for President Trump, right? And there's all these people are just going to sit back and go, somebody else has got it. It's got to happen, right? I mean, just look at the news. Do not sit back like that. That's a big mistake. Do not this time. You cannot do that. Joseph, why don't you jump in, then we'll go to Assemble X, another candidate with us on magamission.org.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mike. This is crazy going on, what's going on with our border, but let's focus on what we need to get done. We need control of our establishment. We need control of our federal government. They are out of control. We see the United States Supreme Court literally going back on us. We've had two Supreme Court hearings with Texas v. Pennsylvania, Texas v. Biden, both of which have been thrown under the bus for Biden. Like, this is ridiculous. But to go to what we're talking about right here, right now, I want to just give a good shout out to Papa Zink. He's down there. Dude, Jeff, you're awesome. Your son's awesome. And I'm proud to be a part of what we're doing here. And it's thanks to Magamission. I've been away for a little while. I've been doing a lot of shit. Again, I'm a truck driver running for Congress, District 17 of Texas. I got a lot on my plate, but it's nowhere near the amount of crap on the American person's plate. Dude, we got a shitstorm coming towards our way. So we need to come together. We need to make sure this convoy down in Eagle Pass, Yuma, in California, it goes through. All this stuff going on, we need to make sure our voices are heard. And with that, those who get into office that actually hold these values to true, like look, someone told me, like, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. I'm like, yeah, you're right. The Constitution is a piece of paper. But the true Constitution, the true meaning of being an American is within you. So if you are actually wanting to abide by the Constitution, you need to apply it to yourself. Can we say that for Governor Abbott? Maybe. Can we say that for President Biden? No. President Biden is a failure to the presidency. He failed in the presidency. Just like Albert Herschel just stated to me, like he, as a man, he failed the presidency, which means he failed the country. We need to come together. We need to state, like, hey, this is not what's supposed to happen. This is not the norm. We have lived in comfortable times. We have been surrounded by weak men. We are we're enshrouded by very destructive tides that are destroying our country. With that being said, I will say, I will try my best to be at Eagle Pass on the 3rd. I hope I see all of y'all there. If not, I'm not going to judge y'all. This is something that we got to do together on all points of our country. California is not Texas. Georgia is not Texas. But we are the United States, and we all abide by the Constitution. Therefore, the Constitution of these United States resides in the American spirit that resides in us. So, with that being said, look inside, find your being, understand we are all in this together. And together we can make America great again. We can bring this country back from the break. We can secure our borders. We can expel these invaders. And we can just make, like, I cannot explain how much stress I'm under right now. I mean, I'm under a government contract. I'm going from Colorado to Florida, and it's a NASA project. Like, I mean, I'm a truck driver running. No, I'm not running for Congress. I'm driving for Congress. I'm driving an 18-wheeler across this country. I see the good, the bad, and the ugly, and it's thanks to Magamission. It's thanks to the people on this spaces. It's thanks to all of you that make this possible. So with all that, thank you very much. I yield.
Yeah, well, we've been supporting TNOOA.com. That's the National Owner Operators Association. We love our truckers, and we know, I mean, we've been doing that for, gosh, almost 8, 9 months now, strongly supporting what they're doing, because if the shipping and trucking industry falls and these independent owner operators fall, well, then things won't show up on the shelves, and it'll really strain the economy. It'll strain everybody. It'll really mess things up if we don't keep that industry alive. So, God bless you, Joseph, for doing what you do. I know it's hard work. If you're not in the industry, you just don't know. But they go through hell just to do what they do, and it's hard work, and they work tirelessly. Assemble X, Texas.
Hey, y'all, yeah, hard to follow that. Thank you for stepping up and running for office, Joseph. I back in November 2020 here in Williamson County, Texas, our electronic voting systems catastrophically failed, and they were unable to generate the election results as required by law, by canvass and certification. Only one of the county commissioners voted no to certifying the 2020 election results, when the election administrator sat in court and said that he couldn't stand by the product that the machines produced. And so at the time, I didn't understand the power of the county commissioners court, right? We're focused on the national level. Oh, look, it's the president. Oh, the House, Congress, right? But when 2020 hit and those lockdown orders were signed, it was our county judge on our county commissioners and our county commissioners that signed the lockdown orders. There's the ones that push the mask mandates. There's the ones that push the vaccines. They set up vaccine drive-throughs, all these types of things. And so we learn, and they run our elections. They adopt the voting system. They can choose a non-electronic voting system tomorrow in Texas. You can go to your county commissioner's court. You can say, hey, we want the non-electronic voting system. Show them what Texas non-electronic voting system looks like. And they can literally say, we're discontinuing using electronic voting systems. We're going to adopt this non-electronic voting system for the upcoming 2024 primary. Completely could happen. Unfortunately, we've been using vulnerable electronic voting systems since at least 2005 in Texas. And when you use systems that are severely vulnerable, like with 1 million points of vulnerability, I've never seen, I can't believe we ever use these. But when you use systems like that and they're vulnerable like this, the system will put protections in for itself. So, which is what we're experiencing right now. We know that the systems are deficient in meeting the standards of the law. They know that we can't trust the election results, but they won't get them out. So we learned that 3 county commissioners could have said, Judge Gravel, you're not locking down the county. There's 7 states that aren't locking down. You don't have to lock this down. And those 3 commissioners could have overrode, just 3 could have overrode the county judge's order and pushed him back into place. So if you have 3 constitutional representatives on your county commissioner's court and a constitutional sheriff, then you can protect yourself from unconstitutional state and federal actions. And then you form sanctuary clusters of counties that can defend themselves if outside threats ever were to come. And so our goal has been to try to get 3 of the county commissioners and a county judge that are constitutional. But no matter how much we go out and campaign, my husband ran against the county judge to get standing to try to fix our voting system. And nobody's voting for these incumbents. The incumbents aren't even campaigning anymore. We kind of got to peel back the curtain and get involved in the county GOP. And the incumbents are not campaigning. They may throw a few push cards out. There's no debates. They're not out engaging with the population, with the people. They're pretty confident that they're going to continue being in office. So I would encourage y'all, if y'all are in Texas, I'm a county commissioner's court warrior. I've been petitioning. I've petitioned 114 times to get the machines out in my county since November 2020. Cashed in our 401k. We put it all on the line, everything. And we believe we can secure Texas, maybe not by 2024, right? These voting machines, it took some time to get them in. There was incrementally. So we're chipping away at them incrementally from many different strategies. And so if y'all are in Texas, I'd love to connect with y'all. You can send me a message on tallytexas.org. I'm a volunteer for Cause of America, which is just a education. We connect people. So I have over 100 counties in Texas that we're working with to get the machines out. And we give everybody tools, resources, education, so that they don't have to make stuff up. And yeah. And so I'd love to connect with anybody else that's in Texas. I'm not sure if this is a Texas space, but we're full Gitmo. Get the machines out, and we think we can do it. And we think if we do it, we have a chance at securing ourselves.
Well, this is every state space, but we're focusing on Texas tonight, so it's going to take all of us. And I'd love to work with you more off here on some of that stuff, because all that information is great stuff. I just want to say good evening to Adam. I see you there, Adam. If you want to come up and speak, it'd be great to have you. And then Jeff, I don't know if you're in a good spot now, Jeff. I know you're in Arizona. Are you with us, sir? He might have put his phone down. Oh, there he is.
I'm with you.
Hey,
y'all.
Jeff.
So I really appreciate it. And one of the things is I want to give a shout out to Johnny and Votify Now. Yeah, the thing is that in 2022, I get a text message from Johnny going, "What is going on in Arizona?" And I said, "Why? What do you got?" And he said, "My app is starting to blow up in Maricopa County." And a lot of people don't know this, but we had 14,000 rejections an hour. The tabulators started to fail, and we proved this in Kerry Lake's legal team, and we brought this to light and everything. But Johnny's app was already tipping everybody off, and so when he called me, I then started calling all of the other places and going, "What do you have?" And they said, "Well, we're having tabulators fail."
Hey, by the way, Jim, it was, I remember that call. It was like 8 a.m. and vote
Or
already
it may, yeah, because I know it was early. It was early on. And the thing is that his app is going to be very, very important to have and to push out. And the reason why is because he was one of the very first people that started recognizing that there's an issue that started. And of course, by the time it played out in Maricopa County, like I said, we were averaging 14,000 rejections an hour. Long lines, nobody's able to vote. All the tabulators were down, and this was all done on purpose. And the thing is that I not only worked the both the 2020 and 2022 audit for Arizona, but Texas and Georgia and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, Minnesota, Colorado, and Oregon. All of those I worked those audits, and I got to see firsthand what all transpired. The thing is that in Texas, we got rid of Hyder Garcia, and people don't. He's a very fascinating story that started in Venezuela and used Dominion machines to destroy Venezuela. Now there's a dictatorship. He jumps from there, goes to the Philippines about 12 years ago. If you remember, the Philippines people went and got their leaders, drugged them out, and beheaded some of them. And he barely got off the island, but the Dominion machines were being utilized. He goes to New Mexico. New Mexico, that was a red state, is now completely blue, all because of what he was doing. He then goes to Fort Worth in Tarrant County, and in one election flips that county from red to blue. And we did the audit there, and then verified, well, they ended up firing him and getting rid of him. But the thing is that all of these things, the other is that Garland Favorito in Georgia, and the work he did, we presented that to the governor, Governor Kemp, and he issued a statement to Rassenberger that he needed to address. And now we're in the process of having Rassenberger removed and being investigated in regards to this. So all of these court cases and things that are taking place, Doug Masteroni, when we started that, they stripped him of his chairmanship. He was the chair of the Senate in Pennsylvania. They stripped him of that and all of his committees, and literally put him in a corner, and then literally railroaded him. And so an audit really wasn't performed, but it cost him his seat and stuff. And right now, Wisconsin is working on cleaning up their voter rolls. That's another thing that we need to start doing is as individuals going to, while you're knocking on doors for candidates and getting signatures and talking to people, you need to have it where you can, like with us with Voter Spectrum, we have a walk app, and knock on a door, and it gives me the names of who's there, whether they're a Republican, Independent, or Democrat. And I can then turn around and say, are these people, do they live here? And if somebody tells me no, I click on that name. I say they do not live here. I can type in some information and everything else. When we take that to the voter registration and challenge this, they have to remove it. So these are things that we can start doing that starts cleaning these up. And so each one of these are things that I've personally been involved in and seen the source code, how bad the tabulators are, what's all going on and stuff. We have to go to precinct voting, hand count results that day. Here's the thing. My precinct or my congressional district has 260 precincts. All of them are at least 1,000 people. Some of them go up to as much as 2,300 in some of the precincts. But the thing is that each one of those represents about 1,200 people across the board. Now, we did the Maricopa County elections and everything, where we had 2,535 ballots were cast. Our famous ex-chair, Jeff DeWitt, said that we would never get through that. It would take us 3 to 4 days. It would be a waste of time and everything else. Those 2,535 ballots were counted accurately and was reported in 1 hour and 9 minutes. We have it all documented. We have a video that's there. We're now working on getting it so that we can get it out to every precinct in the country and utilize this. But it works. The ballots came in. We had them specially marked. An ultraviolet light was set above where the tables were. They had 25 ballots. Those people counted those ballots. The life of a ballot or the life of the batch started, and it was 12 minutes at the very beginning. At the end, that batch from the time it was formed to the time it was placed into evidence bags and sealed and had gone through aggregation was 6 minutes. The people got faster as they got more comfortable with what they're doing. We can do this and train everybody. We don't need the machines. I can have everybody here. It says that we have 35 people, and those 35 people, all of us are going to vote for Johnny. And we put our ballots into those tabulators. And I press the button. It's going to say that 35 ballots were cast and I won. Now, everybody voted for Johnny, but through a button, I can press that, and the source code that's in there will flip it from Johnny and bring it to me, and I won the election. And the problem is that now they're destroying those ballots, so all you have is an electronic image of that ballot. You don't have the actual ballot. If we do away with that and we have the ballots, then we can do audits, we can do transparency and stuff. And ours was very contested, and not one person challenged the results on our hand count 2 weeks ago at the MCRC mandatory meeting here in Phoenix, Arizona. And we've proven to the world that not only can it be done, it can be done accurately and it can be done efficiently. And so we can do it within a short period of time. And that's what we have to get back to. Our founding fathers said that we, the people, are responsible for the election of people that are sent to their office. We are the ones that are in control, not the Board of Supervisors, not anybody else. And I'm living proof of working all over the country to make this happen. And we need to make sure what we're doing. The other thing too is this: on election, we have to remember 1-6. Yes, it is for the J6ers, but every one person needs to make sure that they take 6 people to the polls and make sure that they vote. Don't make them vote. Make sure that they have the opportunity to vote. And so there's a huge difference. And these are the things that are my driving force, is that we get them out and we start talking and knocking on doors. We have to be the people who are boots on the ground, and I'm one of them. And if I'm running for Congress, every person here needs to get in the face of somebody else and say, you're coming with me. We're going to go out and we're going to knock on doors. We're going to find out what our neighbors are. And yes, it's uncomfortable and everything at the very beginning, but at the point now, I have a 98% flip rate. If I meet a hard Democrat and they engage in a conversation with me, and I have them for 3 or 4 minutes, I have them filling out a registration, and they become a Republican, and they sign my petition to put me on the ballot and the voter registration, and I take it to the registrar office and turn those in. So the thing is that it works, but you have to be willing to go out and pound the pavement and talk to people. And there are people that, say cuss words to me and everything else. But it's important that I sit and I look at this, because it's a spiritual warfare. We as the church have been lazy. We have allowed this country to slip out of our hands. And we as godly men and women now need to stand up, and we now have to march forward. And there are things that are going to be difficult, but God never told us that this life was going to be easy. But I can assure you this: when I stand before my Heavenly Father, I'm going to make sure that He says, "Well done, good and faithful servant," because I served Him, not the people of this world. And that's what I'm not going to do. I will serve him. And because I serve him, in Proverbs, it says that while the righteous rule, the people rejoice. But when evil rules, the people groan. And we need to start having people rejoicing again, because there is not much rejoicing at all. And with that, I'll turn it back.
Thanks, Jeff. You said a lot of things in there that were really vitally important. When you have people handling and counting, you have a witness. A machine cannot be a witness. The founding fathers knew this, that there has to be a physical handling, viewing, and a witness of the votes for it to be valid. If there isn't a human condition there, if you remove that human condition, there's no witness. That's why I think you don't have anybody really fighting, because they know that you had witnesses actually viewing and counting. And the fact that you hear about, well, it's hard. I've always heard this, especially in construction. Wouldn't it be faster? It's much faster if you do it like this. Well, it's also a lot shoddier, and the quality is gone. People trying to speed stuff up all the time. This is one thing that you're not supposed to. Do it efficiently. Do it efficiently. But the burden is on the county. The burden is on the state. The burden is on them to have the people to do this. You can't say, well, it's just too difficult. You have to have a plan in place to follow a constitutional path here for the elections. You can't circumvent that human condition because it's too hard. Get out of here with that. I don't want to hear that it's too hard. You should have planned ahead, and you should have had more people in place, and you should have bolstered people to be there physically to do the work. The burden is on them to do that. You showed up, you're there to vote. The burden's on them to service you and have your vote be counted, and to have a human witness handle it and actually view it. Great stuff, Jeff. And you know what? MAGA means a lot of things to a lot of people, but I say this a lot. Making an alliance with God again. Everything you said was spot on, and that's what I would say every single candidate that I work with, they speak in the same way. We love the country, we love God, we love our family, and we really are trying to do this for those things. Our intentions are pure. And that's what we're trying to do. So God bless you, Jeff. Thank you so much. Please stay. I know you're doing your thing, but if you can stay, please do, because that was just so great, man. Joseph.
Absolutely, Jeff. You nailed it. I met your son. Your son is an awesome dude. I want to shake his hand. That being said, we are all in this together. We are all fighting this border crisis. We're all fighting the American First movement. And it takes every single candidate who is willing to put their backbone to the fire to stand up to corruption, to stand up to bribery. We just saw Carrie Lake be offered a very lucrative deal by a very lucrative person to give her millions of dollars not to run, and she said no. That's what we need. We don't want money. We do not want wealth. We don't want fame. The people who are here to make this country better, we're not doing it for any physical commodity or wealth or fame or anything. We are here to make sure that you don't have to be, because we are targeted. Whether it's Ryan Zink, Jeff Zink, myself, Joseph Langoni, dude, we are here to make sure the American people are safe from the corrupt deep state establishment that is holding us to hostage. It's sad. It's terrible. We are doing our best to fight against it. And in all honesty, donations are great. Votes are the best. And if you tell your neighbors, hey, this is what's going on in our neighborhood, this is what's going on in our community, that's what really matters. So if you're in New Mexico, if you're in Arizona, if you're in Texas, you're in these border states, and you're seeing this shit happen, be like, hey, dude, we really need to start paying attention to this stuff, because there are guys that are giving their all. I've sacrificed so much of my own personal money, my personal time, my life, my love. Like, this is just, it is crazy where everything is going, but it's going to a good purpose. It's going to an American first solution, that Magamission, American first. Like, we think about you. This is what we do for you. I'm running for District 17 in Texas. I want to run with my colleagues. I want them to know that I'm there for them. But we cannot stand against a machine unless you support us. It's a situation that's really upsetting, but like, we're all in this together. With that, I'll just leave it there. Thank you for handing me a mic. Thank you for giving me a stage. Mike, Sean, y'all are awesome, dude. Like, again, I'm just getting over all my stuff going on. I'm on a mission with NASA. I'm going from Denver, Colorado, all the way to Jackson, Florida, to Kennedy Space Center. It's crazy. This is some fun stuff, but it doesn't correlate to what we're doing with now. So, with that being said, I'll yield.
You know, when you talk about work, you know, Johnny and I know Johnny does. I know James Bradley does. We get up about 4 a.m. and we work tirelessly until about 12 midnight every night. And then we do it again and again and again. And pretty soon you just get used to being exhausted, because that's what the work is. You're just going to get tired. And and you know what? Every single person in here makes it worth it. You make it worth it, Joseph. You mean a lot to me. Ashley means a lot to me. Shane, Votify, Jeff, every single one of you means so much to us and me. And really, the work is endless. But look, the work starts. Like Jeff, I think he even said this one time. The real work starts when he gets in. I mean, you think this part's hard. Well, we're going to get to work even more so when he's in. And the thing is, to have these lines of communication with candidates now allows us to stay in communication and then follow them through their campaign and their when they're in office. We can be there for them in the future when they run again, you know, or maybe they do something else. So it's really about establishing these connections now with the candidates and the constituents on the front end. That's really going to make a powerful impact in the future. And that's really what this is all about. So we got Kimmy jumped up. I see Shane jumped up. I don't know if Shane, do you want to yield to Kimmy so I could say hi to her real quick? Because I don't get to talk to her very much. We're really busy. What's up, Kimmy? How you doing?
Oh, hey, how you doing? You know, I didn't mean to hit request. Sorry about that. But I did want to say hello. This is a wonderful space. Thank you to everyone that's running. We greatly appreciate you all. Thank you. And I was in another space we were doing. But what's actually going on at the border right now in Texas? Is there a standoff? That's what I heard. Does anybody know about that?
Yeah, no, not a standoff yet. No,
Okay.
no. Calm down. Calm down.
Oh no, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Don, you're so funny.
The proverbial poop hasn't quite hit the fan just yet, but it will soon. Stand by.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know that a lot of people are convoying right now, and they're going to 3 different locations on the border, and more people are going down there right now to show up. And we got you know, some things. There's a threat from the Biden administration that they want to have access given back to them from the state of Texas, and Abbott basically they're standing their ground, putting more wire down, and just they keep fortifying their resistance to that.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to see them standing up, and I'm glad to seeing all the other states that are backing them and behind this. So thank you.
Just real quick. So I'm just going to read something real brief, and this just summarizes it. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government, and shall protect each of them against invasion, and on application of the legislature or of the executive, when the legislature cannot be convened against domestic violence. So Article this is in the Constitution, but basically, what's happening is Texas is saying you're not defending our borders, so we're going to do it for you, and that's really what this is coming down to. And I'm sure, I don't know if anybody heard what Abbott wrote to the Biden administration, but he's basically stating cite and case and evidence that they are failing miserably at actually doing what they were sworn to do. So when people do not act in a constitutional manner, we need to call them out and state that and let them know you are outside of your purview, you are outside of your operation and your oath to protect the United States and its citizens. So that's really what this is coming down to. I don't have the letter on me. I know we read it before, Abbott's letter, but it was strongly worded, and he pretty much called them out exactly like that. Joseph, what's up?
Yeah, no, exactly as you stated. So Article 4, Section 4, and then we can go deeper into the Constitution. The federal government is responsible for the protection of the states from foreign invasion, protection of the border, yada, yada, yada. But we have proof. We have absolute proof from coast to coast, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific Ocean, or I guess Baja California Bay, that he has facilitated human smuggling. He's facilitated drug smuggling. It is absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely distraughtful, and it does warrant secession. And I am not a separatist. I don't want us to leave the Union. I want us to stay together. Like, to say this stuff going on in our Union, to where the Biden administration is going down there saying, hey, we have the right to the border, let us cut the wire and open it up, and the federal and this state of Texas being like, bro, are you high? Like, no, we are not going to allow that. And then the state of the Supreme Court said, yeah, the Border Patrol has the right to cut the border barbed wire, but they don't have the right to open it up or force the Texas government to stand out. It's the Texas government is going to stand strong. They're going to stand united. We got the backing of all these other states. And it's very sad. This is actually a very good thing, because it's the Biden administration exposing their hands, saying, hey, like, we don't want Texas protecting their borders. We want it open. Well, you know what? That's not what the American people want, because what the Biden administration has done has made every state in the union a border state. And what Texas is doing right now, alas, from the moving migrants or illegal invaders across this nation, to a limited standard, like they were still under government contract, it is extremely disturbing. But the fact that they're trying to say, hey, we have the right to let people in here without the consent of the American people is absolutely disturbing. It's disgusting, and we need to stand up to it. So yes, Abbott, yeah, all his flaws, all the problems going on, yeah, it's a problem. Like, everyone has a thing to say about Abbott, but from what I'm saying, he's shutting down the border on a state level. And that's what New Mexico, Arizona, and California need to do. But until then, we're stuck where we are right now. And until we get an America First Congress, an America First Senate, and we get our guy in there to actually shut this shit down and allocate funds where it needs to be and protect our border, not Ukraine, not Israel, not Taiwan, but the American border, then we can start seeing some progress. Then we can start seeing some actual effects taking hold in our infrastructure, our economy, and our border. With that, I will yield. Thank you for the time. Magamission, you're always awesome. Sean, you're an amazing host. Thank you.
Yeah, Joseph, this right now is history. This is going to go down in history. Okay, what's happening right now is going to lay the foundation for the way the nation is going to move forward. We're at a precipice here on this. And when President Trump speaks at his speeches, he promises that he is going to embark on one of the nation's largest immigration action of deportation of all the people that came in, as many as it's going to be massive. That's his promise to the American people, that he's going to clean this up. Now, I don't know. And again, people were making, they were going after him for using the word dictator or whatever first day. Well, look at how bad things have gotten in such a short amount of time. He's going to be really busy. Okay, really busy. And one of those things that he's going to work on is what's happened and where we're at now and all this illegal immigration going on. So rest assured, he's going to be doing something that's going to be massive. It's going to be huge. Sean, speaking of Big Lee, what's up?
Yeah, so I got 53 seconds of Joseph Robinette Biden, 2007, Sanctuary Cities. Y'all should listen to this.
Would you allow these cities to ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants?
The reason the cities ignore the federal law is the fact that there is no funding at the federal level to provide for the kind of enforcement at the federal level you need. Pick up the New York Times today. There's a city not far across the river from my state that imposed the similar sanctions. And what they found out is, as a consequence of that, their city went in the dumps, in the dumpster. Stores started closing. Everything started to happen. And they changed the policy. Part of the problem is you have to have a federal government that can enforce laws. This administration has been fundamentally derelict in not funding any of the requirements that are needed even to enforce the existing
So,
law.
Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
You would.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, I had to bring that up.
What happened to that guy? Where did he go?
The brain
Yeah, bro.
when Truman on the shop and oppression, man. When you got to get the thing and it's got it, you know the thing.
It's in the ice cream that they've been feeding him. Something's in the
Well,
ice cream.
yeah, rainbows make goats scared. Yeah, obviously we can have fun with this all day long. But honestly, let's look at this. I mean, Joe Biden has turned totally against his policy of 2007, right? I mean, wow. Man, sorry, I had to jump in and play that because look, he is totally abandoned America. And that's a problem.
How much did he get paid to do that, Sean? There has to be some kind of money involved. I don't know.
How much is that? I really don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
How much is America worth?
It's got to be millions and millions and millions.
Billion, trillion, million, billion?
It's got to be billions and a million, billion, billion, trillion, million, 100 billion, 200,000 billion.
Maybe add another million, and that's worth it to him to do it. I don't know. It's got to be a lot of billions and millions.
Or it could be the shampoo that your children are wearing, because if you just let him sniff it, that's probably all he needs to sniff, to sniff the shampoo of your children. That's well, anyways.
All right, we got a bunch of hands, and Shane, you've been hanging out, brother. Jump in, Shane. Another Magamission legacy speaker. Shane, jump on in, brother.
So as far as how many millions, I don't know. We're over 100 billion into Ukraine, so I guess, the boss gets 10%. You do the math. As far as this thing in Texas, it appeared that they have painted themselves into a corner, because no matter which way they go, I mean, even though he doubled down this afternoon, the optics are not going to play out well. And if he tries to federalize the Texas National Guard, I can't imagine where the win is in that for him. Number three, Joseph, you talked a little bit earlier about the Supreme Court decision allowing the Border Patrol to cut the razor wire. If you actually read the oral arguments, they were very, very narrow. And what they basically said was, if they need to cut the razor wire to do their job, then that cannot be prohibited. Now, nowhere in there did it clarify what job they're being told to do, but from that standpoint, they actually probably ruled right on that part of it. But the arguments were kept very, very narrow, and they kicked it back to the Fifth Circuit to let them finish what they had already started, because the Biden administration tried to force it to the U.S. Supreme Court to get clarification on everything, or force them to rule on it. What they're trying to do is get a 6-3 verdict, which then would have given them the argument to stack the court because it's a partisan court. That was the sole intent of all that. So I wouldn't really consider what happened there. I think a lot of it's been taken out of context, but not a lot of people have actually read the oral arguments and dug through the weeds of that one. And in fact, they've actually painted Biden into a box on this thing. And so that part is good. They now is 24 states supporting Texas, which means literally half the states are on board with this. Unfortunately, we're not one of them where I live. And not only that, Biden not only has neglected the entire southern border, but we had, it was during somewhere since the Ukraine war started, but we had like 32 Ukrainians coming across the northern border from Canada. And miraculously, the Northern Border Patrol agents swiftly rounded them all up and removed them. But it's a little bit different, I suppose, when it's 27 below zero or something. I don't know. They probably
You know
did it
what's
to keep them warm.
amazing, Shane? Is that
Yes.
if you actually have an effective border wall, the agents don't actually have to apprehend anybody because they're still on the other side and they haven't actually made it over to be apprehended. You know what I mean? So we're
Yes,
not
but there
impeding them
is
from
no.
doing their job. If you secure the border agents don't have to do anything. They're not being obstructed from their job because nobody got over the dang wall.
Well, right, but it was a very obscure oral argument. I mean, it was like very, very limited and narrow, and it was more or less like if they needed to do something kind of thing. I mean, it's like it was so narrow. So how do you rule against that if they have to do something? And actually in that ruling, nowhere did it say that the state of Texas had to do anything or not do anything. It didn't give any command either way. To which then Abbott, which actually I would say, so if you read that letter that Abbott put out today that you were just referenced a bit ago, Matt, who do you think wrote that letter? Because it would be the legal counsel. Who's the legal counsel for Abbott? Anyone?
Well, hopefully Ken Paxton, but
That would be
I don't.
Ken Paxton. 10 to 14 days prior to Ken Paxton having the announcement coming out they were going to impeach him, Ken Paxton went on to Glenn Beck's radio show and basically took a huge shot across the bow of Abbott, saying that if Abbott would simply just shut the border down, then the Biden administration will sue the state of Texas, at which then I have the opportunity to do my job and I have levers and tools I can use. But until he does something, I cannot do anything. And then 10 to 14 days later, it was announced they were going to go through with this impeachment thing on Paxton, which then took months. And obviously, we all know the history of that. And now suddenly, this is all playing out. The legal counsel for the governor and any state entity comes down to the attorney general. So that stuff is really well thought out. Paxton had this all figured out many, many months ago. And I'm enjoying kind of sitting back, eating the popcorn, watching this play out, metaphorically speaking, because and Paxton was just on Tucker as well. So Paxton's been kind of, I think, the driving force quietly behind a lot of this. Not always quiet, but that's a big part of it. Going back to the voting thing earlier, as far as the machines go, those of you that are candidates, you are occasionally when you knock on doors. I've knocked on many doors in my life. You're going to have those people that just absolutely will argue with you and say that the machines are completely fine and they're trustworthy, all this stuff. So my kind of comeback to them usually is something along the line of, have you ever considered or do you subscribe to LifeLock? And they think about it for a minute. They don't know where the hell I'm going with this. And or Title Lock. And have you heard about these like recent security breaches with all these, data hacks with like Target had one about 8 years ago and they had to pay a $40 million fine and there's been many since. And they eventually go, yeah, I agree with that. What the hell makes you think these electronic machines are so much better? Anything electronic can be hacked. I don't care how good the person is, the security specialist, there's somebody working equally as hard to figure out how to get into it. So that's one. However, the other side of all this voting stuff is not only what they can or cannot do with electronic machines, it's what they slip in the outside ballots, the mail-in ballots, and particularly the mail-in ballots. And that's where, if you see something, say something, and that brings me to Votify that we all heard stories after 2020. We all heard them after 2022. But what did you do with all that information when someone told you or something happened? And do you remember who it was? How do you find it? So that brings me to that part that, this guy named Johnny created this thing that it's a simple app. It stores everything. You can put it there and it's out of sight, out of mind. At least you know you put it somewhere. So it's traceable at that point. You took a picture, you took a video, you put a brief description in. It pinpoints it to a time stamp as well as a geographic stamp. If it becomes, discovered 3-6 months later, like, hey, there was actually more of this than we knew about then, as people start to talk, well, look here was multiple cases of that. And that's where that kind of side of it comes in as well. So
Hey, Shane, I appreciate the kind words. I like how you said it was a simple little app. Took me 4 years and pretty much killed me, but I actually know you were being kind, so thank you. Yes, that is.
Johnny, it's a simple app for tech, non-techie
It's
people
just a
like me to use.
Yeah, it's just a little app. Come on.
I'm busting your balls. I do appreciate.
No, I'm just saying it's a very simple app for somebody who doesn't. It's the easiest app I've ever loaded on my damn phone. How's that sound?
It is, by the way, it is hard to make an app simple to use, by the way, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
So it was a backhanded plug, I think is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hey man, Shane, let's get to some of these hands real quick with it, but everything you said was spot on, buddy, and it's awesome. Can you hang out with us for a little bit while we get to a few more hands?
Absolutely.
Yes, please. I can't wait what else you're going to say about Johnny's app. What you said was awesome though. X10, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you for hosting this space. This is a great space. We're in a dire situation here in this country, and I just have one thing to ask of my fellow Americans is if there's somebody who can please maybe put to you're going to call me crazy, but please put something together for in the go or give, send, go for these truckers that are going down there. Don't do it for GoFundMe. We saw what happened in Canada. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll just shut that. Anyway, so I think that we need, look, after every speech, after every rally that Trump has, he says that, the people that he's there, like geographically, politically, he talks about their fathers, their grandfathers, what they did, and their grandmoms and whatever, what they had to do, how they had to fight to, do what they did in this country. And, it's like, he's calling on us to help him. So, on day one, when Trump gets back in office, of course, he's going to be the dictator and he's going to throw down, obviously, the biggest deportation thing. You have to forgive my verbiage. I'm not very good with that. But he will throw down, the hammer and he will get him out. He'll get him out, right? But after every single rally, right before he leaves the stage, he calls on every single one of us to do our part. So if there's anybody that can form a linguistical on paper a thing calling on all Americans to donate to either the give, send, it has to be give, send, go, right? Either for the truckers that are going there or for barbed wire. At this point, I don't care. And then maybe we need to have some X spaces with people who have like a lot of PTO, and that can take a vacation and go down there and speak and just be there as bodies. Like, this is our stance. This is our stance. And there are millions of us. We're always asking over and over and over and over and over for years. What can we do? What can we do? Well, you know what? Let's make it give, send, go for these truckers. Let's make it give, send, go and buy a bunch of shit ton of barbed wire. Let's take, a week off PTO and go down there and see, volunteer, cook, bake some freaking cookies out of your hotel room. Whatever we can do, this is our stance. This is our stance. And there are millions of us. I yield. Thank you, guys. This is a great space.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate your passion. And there are some groups that are, they probably do have the ability to accept donations. But I like the way you're thinking. We'll do the brainstorming stuff on how we can assist the truckers. We've been working with, like I said, with NOAA, the National Owner Operators Association at tnooa.com for, over 8 months now, maybe 9 months, trying to help the truckers and bring transparency. It's basically, it revolves around the 1980 Carrier Act and some of the things that are going on with the trucking and shipping industry. But it really speaks about the laws that are on the books that do not get enforced. That is kind of at the core of the big picture when you step back and you look at all the things that are going on, the unconstitutional acts, the things that people are doing that's unlawful. We know it's unlawful. We know it's not constitutional, but they're just violating it anyways. So there's laws on the books that just aren't being enforced, and that's really all people really want is just, hey, if there's a law on the books, well, then why isn't it being enforced? That's how we get in this kind of a mess, is when we have laws on the books that nobody enforces. I see Christian Lamar in the house. If you want to come up, brother, it's always good to have you up here. Please jump back up. And I know Joseph and Ashley, I know they're there, but I got to go to Edward real quick. Edward, what's up, Edward? Please.
Thank you, Megan. No, I just want to comment more on what Sean was talking about, with the Supreme Court order in Texas. And I was listening to Charlie Kirk, strangely enough, and he was going over the whole thing as far as how strange the order was, saying if the feds wanted to go and cut the wires, they can. But I was playing the other road saying, well, it didn't say we can't add more barbed wire or bring in more troops, so we're doing that. And he's saying now, well, it's going to be an interesting chess game because now the ball's back in Biden's court because he hasn't cut the wire yet or done anything like that. And so whatever move he makes now, Trump's going to use as a whipping boy all the way to the election because now it's going to out the Democrats exactly who they are. So I think it's quite the interesting chess game that got going on right now. I was going to mention one other thing about voting machines too that Shane brought in back in the 60s. They had that scandal, and I don't know who's even aware of that when they had that machine. Now, of course, it was not automated computer, but more mechanical. When you voted, a Democrat would vote, and to bring the rod down, and you click one vote, and then a Democrat or a Republican would vote, and the same thing, the rod would go down and record the vote. But when the Democrats did it, not only did the rod go down for the Democrats, but also one for the Republicans. So, they had two going down that no one would ever think of or find out unless you knew how the machine was working, much like how we don't know how and it's in your face. Can be right in your face, you never realize it. And so that's what you'd have to realize is who made the machine, and they would actually know how it's cheating. It's a very simple thing to do, so it was proven in court. So I just wanted to bring that point out too. It's pretty slick these days.
Oh yeah, it's like, I describe it like a thief in the night is what it is. You're going to wake up tomorrow and realize that the country was stolen right out from under you. That's exactly what don't you remember? I went to bed and everything looked great. Trump was doing great. And then you wake up the next morning. Yeah, it's going to be a great day. And you find out, wait a minute, something happened in the middle of the night. It's just like that. It's a thief in the night syndrome scenario.
That thief in the night ain't going to strike without votifynow.
Exactly. And like you said, Johnny, if the alarms are going off at the second, even the hint of a thief doing something, if the alarms and bells and everything's going off, they're gonna get away with a lot less if you have the authorities notified, if the authorities are on the way. Not only do they have the alarms going off, they lost all confidence to continue doing the nefarious activity because the authorities are alerted. and on the way. Ashley, what's up, Ashley? Come on back.
Hey there, I'm sorry. I was like trying to hit the button and it wasn't going. Um, so I think that, they're talking about Abbott's image. And I think that Abbott has put himself in a very tactical position. Either he's going to be a hero or he's going to be a martyr. And neither of those situations necessarily put him in a place where the people of the United States are going to advocate against him for the things that he's done. He played a very specific game on the chessboard. He exhausted all options before, actively going against the federal government's wishes, which puts him in good standing in a court of law. The Constitution is on his side, the law is on his side. All of these things, if played correctly, like I said, he really doesn't have a lot of negatives at this point. And people who got frustrated with him because they didn't think that he moved quickly enough, well, I would again say that he had to exhaust every option before he took the steps that he's taking now, or else he would have been undermining the federal authorities rather than doing what the Constitution says and cleaning up their mess because they simply will not do it. And to kind of go on what X10, I'm sorry, I can't see the rest of your name, has said, it's great to be advocating, send money, go volunteer, do all of those things. But I would also tell people that this is the best time when you cannot trust the powers that be to keep things running appropriately. This is a good time to make sure that you have your own house in order as well. We as Americans need to be vigilant in making sure that we and our friends and our family are as independent as possible, that we are advocating to make sure that our families stay safe and that we have contingencies depending on how the federal government decides, and even our state governments decide how they want to act, in the times that are coming.
Thank you, Ashley. And I just want to welcome DB to the floor. DB, hang out for a second, brother. Let's go to Joseph, and then we'll go to DB because, and I know Maga, you're back up, but I need to talk to DB. I don't get to speak to him very often. So Joseph, why don't you jump in?
I appreciate the mic. I really do. This is a exacerbation of our current establishment overhaul. We have the Biden administration looking over us like a hawk, but not doing anything to progress anything that benefits us. It's just a stagnation of, you're going to be in a situation of you're always the oppressed, yet you're always fighting for what is right for the American people, but they're going to keep throwing this in our face. I'm sorry. I really had all this put out together, but it just fell apart. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, I'll yield. I'll yield. Let me get these notes together, and I'll come back later. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's cool. There's no pressure, man. We're just having a conversation, and DB, he's running in Florida, the 22nd district. DB, please join us. Another Magamission legacy speaker and candidate. How's it going tonight?
It's going good. Thanks for having me on. I'm just actually heading home from a late dinner meeting, but nice to be with you all. How are you doing, Magamission?
Oh man, we're having a great evening, and first of all, you're a vet, and I just want everybody to, if you can, always thank the people that served and that served this country and fought for your freedoms, because without them, we wouldn't even be sitting here on this app right now having a conversation. So, DB, God bless you, sir. Thank you for your service. And if you could, if nobody knows what's going on in Florida, why don't you just let us know what you're running for? Let everybody who doesn't know you kind of get to know you a little bit more. And if you're in Florida, you might want to pay attention to this guy, because he understands how to implement or how to strategize put together a plan and actually execute it with teamwork and leadership. And that's the kind of person that we need in office. So DB, maybe lay it on us and let us know a little bit about what's going on in your world.
Well, thank you again. I am, for those of you who don't know me, my name is DB Fugate. I'm running for the 22nd District U.S. Congress in the state of Florida. The incumbent is a do-nothing Democrat, and I'm actually in the President's District in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago is actually in the 22nd District in the state of Florida. So, the things that we've been seeing lately, and I joined on because of the border issue. And my family has been living in Texas for the past 20 years. And, I support Texas and Governor Abbott and other people who are supporting what's going on. So we have, and what the founding fathers implemented was a constitutional republic. Okay, and so state by state, depending on what issue it is, they have the right with the local and municipal and the state government to make decisions on how to deal with certain issues. And the border in Texas obviously is a big issue, coming into our country with the illegal immigrants. And I support them 1,000%. So I said this in somewhere else that I was speaking. If I need to go there, I will strap up my boots and bring my tools and be there for the people in Texas, because the government, and especially the Biden administration, are not paying enough attention to the border and what's going on. So, state by state, whether it be abortion, whether it be other issues pertaining to each state, they have the wherewithal and the right to make a decision on how they're going to ascertain that situation. And we need to support Texas because, and I support Governor Abbott and the, in my opinion, the future AG, Ken Paxton, on protecting Texas, which is essentially protecting our country from the southern border. In Florida, we have the same rights that Texas has in regards to many, many, many issues that are going on. When it comes to border, I mean, we have a lot of Cuban Americans, we have a lot of Venezuelan Americans that have lived, and their families have lived in a communist situation, and we need to bind together. And I think this showing is telling to what the current administration is doing in regards to protecting this country. And I support, again, the state of Texas wholeheartedly. And in Florida, which is pretty much 60% red. And I'm looking to, and we're planning to unseat a Democrat in the seat, to turn another seat red in Florida. Florida is a very important state, in my opinion, in the presidential election, but also the local and municipal elections going on here in the state of Florida should be a guideline to what's going on state by state with different issues. So I am a military veteran. I am a proud United States Air Force veteran, and it is my life's honor to serve for our military and to say that I serve my country. And that is the exact reason that I got into politics and am serving my country, running for U.S. Congress here in the state of Florida. So wherever you are in the country, we true unity. I said this on another outlet. I've been doing a lot of media lately. True unity is the biggest enemy's threat, because divisiveness is the only way that they can conquer what's going on in our country. Um, It's not about political parties. It's not about what you believe in, conservative or liberal. It's about good and evil. And if we come together as American people, American citizens, I don't care what you look like, I don't care what your hue on your skin looks like, whether you're black, white, Asian, Latin, you know, if you live in the United States of America, we need to come together as patriots and do what's right for this country in every issue that we can to protect ourselves, with security, with education, and and to leave something good for our children because we're not going to be here forever, obviously. So I am just a cog in the machine trying to do something good for my country because I truly do care. And we need to support each other and support people that are actually going to do what's right and what's and and what is the best thing moving forward for the United States of America.
Well, DB, and God bless you, sir. And a lot of people tried to attack MAGA when people were initially talking about illegal immigration, and they tried to take the line of attack of painting a picture of xenophobia. And you said something that's really important. This isn't about color. This isn't about race. This isn't about all those things. We got people coming from all over the world through the porous border, so it's not about that. And when people speak about America first, I try to change the language to Americans first because it really truly this country is for all the benefits and all of the freedoms and everything that you fought for and others fought and died for. It's for the Americans first. That is what this is about. So I don't have any. I live in a predominantly Hispanic community. I love my neighbors. They love me. We're one big family here. We barbecue together. So that whole line of attack, trying to go down that xenophobic thing, the race card that they try to pull against MAGA, and then making America great again. A lot of people attack the word again because they say, well, oh, again, go back to when it was, when racism and all these things were going on and slavery. No, it's about making America great always. It's not about going backwards. It's about now and forever moving forwards. We're going to be making America great always. So they take all these different lines of attack against what we're trying to do. And really, this is just American citizens that want America to be prosperous, secure, and all of those things. So anybody that takes those other lines of attack, it's just not even what we're about. I don't even think that's what in the hearts of what Americans are feeling, really.
I agree, and just like you said, listen, I'm all for legal immigrants that go through the process. Maybe the process of an immigrant coming to this country needs to be improved, but I'm all for legal immigrants. There's America, for as long as it's been a country, has been a melting pot for people coming from other places and doing good things. So I'm not opposed to legal immigrants. But when we have open borders and so many criminals having a easy pathway to come into our country, I'm about the protection and the security of this country. That comes first. Our kids and our nation needs to have a sense of security. And if you want to come into this country like any other country, you need to come in the right way. There needs to be a due process. Maybe the process again needs to be improved upon, but there needs to be a course of events to make this thing happen for people to come into this country. Our This country was founded by immigrants, so this uh, we need to be together, and like you said, for the prosperity of the United States, and not just make America great again, but make America great always. I like that what you said, and exactly, I second what Ms. Ashley Ramos said when it comes to the prosperity and the security of the United States. We need These are the things that we need to prosper. I think these next 4 years, and I believe that President Trump is the right man to be in office to spearhead where our country needs to go. I think he will be the GOP nominee. But together, as states in the United States of America, we need to be in unison, and we need to really protect what the United States is all about. And we need to empower people to stand up against tyranny. It's not about, at the end of the day, it's not about Democrat, Republican, it's about good and evil. And it's about, common sense and ridiculousness. And if you believe in common sense and you believe in the sanctity and the decency of this country, the right thing to do is to protect this country at all costs. But also, there needs to be a process because there are some really good people. We can't blame the people for trying to get into this country because, they want a better life for themselves because they're living in adverse situations. I live here in South Florida, and there's people here that have Cuban roots, Venezuelan roots, and they have been living. Those families know what it's like to live in a communist regime, and America is the greatest place in the world, and we need to protect our country. And again, I just want to be a cog in the machine in order to do that um, in Congress. And I don't know what comes after that, but I'm a patriot. I'm a proud United States Air Force veteran, and I will continue to do what's necessary within my grasp to ensure that America is going to be the greatest and safest place that you can ever possibly be in. I love this country. Being an African American, knowing the history of what's happening, um, what's happening now is not a thing of the past. We are the evolution, of things in this country. There have been a lot of advances. There have been a lot of things that we have achieved together in this country. And in my opinion, this country is the greatest country in the world. It's the greatest country to have ever existed in our time. And we need to secure that, and we need to cherish it, because if we allow another 4 years like what we've been enduring, I don't think that we have a great future with this current administration and what their ideologies are. And the American people are the most important, and what's best for them. And we need to continue to strive for that. Again, thank you for having me on. Um, I'm not a politician. I'm just a patriot continuing to serve. I took an oath in the United States Air Force, um, to go against threats, foreign and domestic. And I believe we have a domestic threat, and we've had a domestic threat for a long time. And I will continue to do my part to try to make things right for the American people and for the United States of America. Everyone that hears the sound of my voice, I love you because we're related, because we're Americans, and because we're family. And I will continue to do so. And that's that's my point in life. One quick story, not to be too talkative. Please forgive me, but being in the military, I worked in special operations, and my general told me. He asked me one time. He said, there's a couple of things that you can do. You can be in Delta. You can do some things with some agencies, or you can go into politics. I said, I think I want to go into politics. And in 2020, before COVID, and he asked me why, and I said because I think in politics, keeping my ethics and and sticking by my principles, I believe that I can affect more people in a positive way. So that's why I chose politics, and I really truly want prosperity for my fellow citizens and Americans in this country. Um, whether you are a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, I think most people want to live a prosperous life in this country. And if you are an immigrant or children of immigrants, that's why your ancestors came to this country, because they wanted a better life for you. So that is my point. Um, that is my goal, is to contribute to a greater life and a prosperous life for people in the United States of America and for my children, because I have children. So um, forgive me if I'm talking too long, but um, that's why I'm in this. I'm invested. It's personal because I love this country, and for people that don't love this country and people that are coming into this country that want to do harm, you know, there's something that's going to be waiting for them. But we are going to win. Our country is going to be back to prosperity. I believe it with everything that I have inside of me, and I will do everything that I can to do my part to make sure that this country is going to get back on the right track. And I believe that there's more good people than bad, and we're going to get back to that point um, in regards to our country. And I think that the next 8 years are going to be very, very telling to how the prosperity of our country is going to play out. Again, MAGA, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me on your website and promoting what we do. I challenge all of you to support America First veterans. I am an America First veteran, wherever you are. State, municipal, and local elections are, in my opinion, are very, very important. Um, do your part. Speak out, attend events, and if you see something wrong happening, ascertain that situation, because um, we need to do it in unison and we need to do it together. And I believe that's the only way that we can win. The last thing that I'll say is I believe that true unity, will prevail in this country, because division, um, by the evil ones, has been the way for a while to continue to um, disconnect this country. And if we stay united and we stay together, I believe that there's more people that want prosperity for this country than not. So this is what we need to do. Spaces like this, and events and other things are just a part of the whole movement, the America First movement, and I believe that we will win. I believe that we will get this country back to where it needs to be and beyond. So, um, thank you all for listening. Thank you, MAGA, for having me on. Um, I believe in everybody here. I see some familiar faces here, and love conquers all. Division and evil is a means to control, but love, patriotism, and you know, um, love for your fellow man is something that we need to uh, bind to, and we need to continue to amplify. And and these are the things, these are the foundational things that we need to stand upon, and we need to continue to magnify. Thank you again.
Oh, DB, man, awesome. And everything you said was so on point. You touched on we're a nation of immigrants. My grandparents came from Italy and Germany and settled in Pennsylvania. I'm sure everybody in this room has some ancestral bloodlines that go all over the world, and they came here for those freedoms that you're talking about, all the way back to the Puritans and the Pilgrims that came here from the very beginning. But we got one of the things that you said too inspired me to think of this. Every single candidate And every single person in America needs to bridge the gaps that divide us. Exactly what you said. That's why I really meditated on that again, that word again. And that's why I also meditated on America First and some of these things. And I've listened to the attacks for so long that I just really sat with it and said to myself, okay, well, how can we bridge this divide between us that's keeping us from coming to an understanding? Because, like you said, we all want that one thing. We just want to have a prosperous life. I don't care who you are. I think whether you're on that's not a partisan issue, right? Everybody wants prosperity, I'm sure. I mean, come on, it's at the core of why people start a business or get a job or do whatever. They're trying to have a prosperous life, right? So we're all on the same page there, so that we shouldn't have these divisions. And I think that the other side, or they try to keep that division going, so that there's tribalism, so that we're constantly fighting against each other, so we can't unite, we can't come together, we can't have unity. That's their enemy. They don't want us to come together and have unity. Because that would completely destroy them and their agenda. But anyways, I want to work with you more, DB, and maybe we'll do a podcast or something soon. I know you're super busy. Every single candidate is super busy. Eric is busy. You're busy. But let's go to Mrs. Positive. She's been hanging on forever.
Oh,
God bless you, Mrs. Positive,
no,
for hanging on
man.
so long.
DB, you're my brother. Dude, I've got 5 brothers. Now I got 6. No, I could
Well,
listen to you all
look,
day, all
if
right?
I appreciate you saying that. One more thing I want to say is, I believe in God,
Oh, yeah.
and you know what? If you believe in the good things, I don't care what you believe, because if you read whatever book you read, you believe that God says to love everybody. So if you believe in something positive, hey, and you have a good family and you do good things, guess what? Your family to me, and we need to be there for one another. Humanity rules all. Humanity is the thing. I don't care what you look like. There's people that are bad, that are every hue, and there's good people in the same. So you know, it's about good and evil, and if you're about good things, you know what? I got love for you. I got respect for you, and if we believe in the same things, I believe that we're missing we're missing what God is really about. And a lot of us, God is not about division. God is not about people doing bad things to each other. We want to be prosperous. We want to be, uh, society in unison. And I truly believe that. And I will strive to do that, because love conquers all. And hate is the most irreprehensible thing that was ever created, and it wasn't created by God. So that's the last thing I want to say. Mrs. Positive, you are my sister. I have 2 by blood, but now I have 3.
Well, you have a whole country full. You need to hook up with my love Christian Lamar. I love how he preaches what we're not doing, but we need to be doing, and we need to be involved in our precinct. So we need to support Christian 100%. He works just as hard as Scott Pressler, and boy, are we hurting in Arizona. So everybody get behind Christian, because he does an amazing stuff. I won't keep y'all long, but I did put in the purple pill, but other people did as well. There's only Texas Trucker. He's been in every space, and he's been on Newsmax. He stressed this. There's only one place to donate, and do not be deterred on false other sites. It's only that one. Take the borders back, and he's got that link. That's the only place to donate if you want to, but they're not begging for it. But they do have their gas covered, but they do want those donations if we can help them out. And then when they get to the spots, yeah, if you want to cook or whatever you want to do, that's fantastic. But most importantly, what you need to be doing is know the law. You need to be holding up signs about Article 4 and what our federal government is doing wrong and breaking the law, because so many people don't understand the state law and federal law. And Biden is breaking the law. But if you put some posters together instead of, we're not going to be violent, we're going to be peaceful, but we need to educate on why this is happening so we beat the ugliness that is coming through the media, which is saying, oh, we're violent. But how ironic that what he's doing is an insurrection against all of us that Biden has come out for. It's mind boggling, and I'm hoping all the other states will show up by that time. But anyways, I'll quit and other people can talk, but appreciate that. But do follow Texas Trucker, and he's on there because he is in the know, and he's asking us to do a lot and follow him and support what they're doing. So thank you.
Yeah, Texas Trucker is a good friend of mine, and you're right. And what you said about Christian Lamar is also true. He's been working really hard. He's up here with us, and I'm sure what I'd like to do is after we get through Ashley and David, maybe we can open up that conversation and kind of give some direction to some people that are standing around saying, I want to do something. What do I do? And maybe they can learn more about becoming a precinct committeeman and doing that kind of work, because it's vitally important what he's doing. And he's been signing up precinct committeemen, filling vacant seats like nobody's business. So he's super busy. He's done phenomenal work in Arizona, and he's going to keep doing this until we win. And everybody needs to follow his playbook and do it everywhere they can. Ashley, jump back in, please.
Hey guys, I just wanted to share this thought with you before I head off for the night. So I was listening to what you guys were saying, and there is a lot of rhetoric that there's an essence of racism or separatist belief with this whole border crisis. There's a lot of libbies out there. You don't like them because they come from here, because they come from there. Well, I think how I see it is that's entirely not true, because if that was the case, I'll use this example. Say you have a building and it's got migrants in it from all over the world, and that building crashes down. I'm going to be the first one to start pulling the rubble off. And till my fingers bleed and I can't move anymore, I would do everything that I could to save every life in that building. I don't care what color they are. They're a child of God, and I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I would do everything that I could to save every life possible. But I have a saying: I am not heartless. I have a heart for love, but I'm also not stupid. As soon as those illegal immigrants, as a congressional candidate, as soon as they were well enough, I would still send them back home, because they still broke the law. And the law is reason free from passion. What we are trying to do is not hurt people. It's not because we don't want to wish people from all across the world well. What we're saying is that you cannot take a boat that's got holes in it and then throw rocks in it on top of it and expect everybody not to drown. The boat will capsize. So I think that with that understanding, this is not a racial issue. It's not a color issue. It's not even a migrant issue, because we're built on a platform of immigrants from all over the world coming and creating this grand experiment that we know as the United States. But they did it the legal way. I am very pro-legal migration, and I think everybody here is. But there has to be limits so that everybody can prosper. And if we don't set limitations or boundaries, then everybody suffers, us and migrants included. I land my plane.
So Assemble X Texas posted how many people registered to vote. It was 56%. So back to my point, only about approximately 50% of the states are actually registered to vote, and even less are actually turning out to vote. In California, I said it was 50%, and it looks like her data says that 56 in Texas. So it's in that range or less. I don't know if there's higher numbers. I haven't looked at every single state, but David, what's going on, brother? Another candidate from Rhode Island.
How's everybody doing tonight? Thanks, Maga, for having me on here and allowing me to speak in your spaces. Um, First and foremost, the issue that's on the topic, it's at the top of the channel, is the Texas border. I 100% support the Texans to protect their own sovereign borders that has guaranteed them um, in the Constitution. They're able to secure their safety and their own people. In the states the state that I live in, they have yet to issue a um, referendum to support Texans to secure their own borders, which is sad and pathetic. I live in a very Democrat state, so you won't see much of that. They only use it as a pandering tool, so they'll try to pander to the weak-minded right to get their vote, and that's the only reason they do things in this state, or the only reason they seem to like lean right sometimes. I think it's absolutely disgusting because we know that they're only using it as a tool. Secondly, someone I forget was because I'm kind of hearing it. I'm kind of hearing the channel and I'm trying to focus. Um, Sorry, the throat's a little dry. Um, what they're doing, what this current administration is doing, is clearly a blatant affront to our Constitution, and more people should be outraged and absolutely furious about it. And you really don't see it in the media because the media is very biased, and they don't want that in the media, so they block it out. They don't just simply just don't report on it. Um, and me living where I am, you really don't see it at all. They try to play it off as it's not a big deal, not that serious. With the inflation, everything going on like within now in the state and everywhere else. If you look at the prices back then, I know this is going. I don't know if this is going off topic, but this is kind of just me. Like in my state alone, the prices have doubled. That's not 17% inflation on food. It's like 100% inflation on food because in 2020 prices were way lower. They were if you look at the prices in 2020, the stuff now in stores is almost doubled. Everything in price except for maybe milk and stuff like that. But like other stuff on the shelves is crazy expensive. Um,
Yeah, and
um,
pretty soon you'll get a gallon of milk that isn't actually a gallon. There's like shrinkflation. They're
oh yeah,
raising the prices
look at
and they're lowering the quantity that's actually in the
that
box or the bag.
they've done this years ago. I mean, look at the half gallons of ice cream. Now they're 1.5 quarts. They're not a half gallon anymore.
What?
Yeah, you look at everything. Go into the store. Look at a
Oh
half
my
gallon of
God.
ice cream. It says 1.5 quart.
But
Yeah,
Nancy's going to be so angry about that.
I know, right? She doesn't get a chocolate ice. Her designer chocolate ice cream, right? Piece of crap. That drunk hag needs to shut up. Anywho, um, and so like, and not only that, with the electric costs in the state of Rhode Island have gone up. The PUC, our Public Utilities Commission, has to raise their prices in order for them to actually make a profit. Every business is supposed to be profitable. You're supposed to be making money, not losing money. So, like when I talked to a senator in my state, a Republican senator. He's like, it's not the fault of the House or the Senate, no matter how you slice it. It's the federal government's fault for cutting drilling, for all this pro other country resources agenda, and cutting our nose despite our face, cutting all of the leases for the drilling, cut everything having to do with energy. Trying to turn it to green energy. It's screwing everybody. They want to in Rhode Island. There's a by 2035 they want no more gasoline powered cars. I'm not getting rid of mine. They can bend over and kiss it because I'm not. I'm not kowtowing to this crap they're trying to push. If they push everything to electric, what's to say they can't just shut off your electricity in the middle of the winter and make you freeze out? Like it's all governmental control. It's ridiculous, and they're trying to do it in every leftist state. Um, they're trying to outlaw gas and wood stoves in Rhode
Yeah,
Island. They're
gas
trying to push it,
stoves.
right? Gas and wood burning stoves too, because
Yeah.
CO2. Oh man, CO2 is an issue. It's really not. For people that don't know, the atmosphere only has 0.04% CO2, which is almost nothing.
They also
Secondly,
want to get rid of your
right?
coffee drinking
Yep,
because that
yep, yep.
releases CO2 too.
Oh yeah, it does. Of course, sarcasm. Um, and if the amount of CO2 dropped below 0.02, green things, plants, trees would start to die off because they wouldn't get enough CO2. But they don't tell you this stuff. They don't tell you these facts. They don't, because they want to push their agenda, because they have money vested in it. Because they have money vested in it. If this goes south, they lose money. They lose billions of dollars. And they don't want to do that. So they're just going to keep pushing this stuff on everybody, because it doesn't affect them, because they have millions of dollars. Same thing when Nancy Pelosi had the same issue in California, where she went to go pass a bill having to do with microchips, and then invested heavily in Nvidia. Like, seriously, really? It's happening everywhere. It's not just here in Rhode Island. It's every state. And I'm not saying it's not, and Republicans aren't doing it, because I'm not going to sit and play it's only one party thing. No, both parties are corrupt at some point, or it's some variation of corruptness. And it doesn't matter. I'm not playing the favorites game, because it's both sides. Both sides borrowed from Social Security. Both sides are spending tax dollars without any recourse. They keep spending and spending and increasing the debt. Once we hit 35 billion, I'm sorry, once we hit 35 trillion, we can't afford. We're all basically paying interest payments at that point, and we're already at 34 trillion. Like, where's this money going to come from? Like, where? So tax your people more to spend more money to put us over that cap. So basically, we're insolvent. Really? So the country has to declare bankruptcy. I mean, they're doing that in my state here. The city of Warwick. We're almost insolvent. That's the state. That's the city I live in. The city that I'm running as a house rep for. Okay, we're almost an insolvent. Central Falls is a 1 mile by 1 mile. It's the smallest city in the United States. It's 1 square mile, and they had to file for bankruptcy. They went insolvent. Whenever a city or municipality becomes insolvent, the state comes in and says, "Well, you can't run your finances anymore. We're gonna run your city now." That's what they're trying to do here. They're doing the same thing in North Kingstown. They're doing it in another city in my state. It's nutty. We can't allow them to do this. We can't allow them to keep spending our hard-earned money. Oh, by the way, taxation is theft and extortion, but that's besides the point. Every time I mention taxes, I have to mention that, because it is. Because if you don't pay it, they come and jackboot thugs and come and they arrest you, or they put liens in your house and they steal your property. But anyway, this needs to stop, and I think 24, I think is going to be a really solid, promising year, if that we can get in and change a lot of these unconstitutional laws, and a lot of these so-called mandates that they consider the law, but they're not laws. Um, I think this year is going to be a really strong year. I don't know if you guys agree.
Well, David, what you were describing is called the event horizon. It's the point of no return, right?
Yep.
So when
Yep.
a spaceship passes over the event horizon, it doesn't matter how much fuel they expend, it doesn't matter what they do, they will be pulled into that black hole and to their destruction, no matter what they do. And we're on that precipice. We're getting there. Like you said, we're getting close to the place where we're just basically, we're never going to be able to recover. We're just going to be paying off the debt. Yeah.
Yep.
It's
Absolutely.
kind of
I
like a
want to
car
jump
loan,
in.
or maybe
Right.
like
I
a
want to jump in
mortgage.
and tell. I
And
want to
this,
jump in and tell Marge that I miss her face, and I want to know what it's going to take to get Minnie back with Mickey to protect the boat. And I also want to ask DB if there's any way we can get like 6,000 or 7,000 gators to the Rio Grande.
natural border patrol. I love it. But so yeah, thanks for letting me talk here. I know it kind of was a kind of incoherent ranting, but for the most part,
No, actually, everything you said was spot on. You just, we don't talk that much, and I know you're doing your thing out in Rhode Island, and anything you need, I'm always there to help you. You just tell me what you need, and I get to work, and that's what it is, bro. So we're pulling for you. We support you, and we know your heart's in the right place, because you see what's going on, and you're not going to put up with it. So that's the kind of candidates we need in office.
yeah, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. We're all getting sick and tired of being sick and tired. Shane, do you want to jump back in, brother?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Sean to look at the two DMs I sent him. The first one is a very short audio clip that I know you have a great talent of being able to play things on these X Spaces. And that was actually a very brief comment from Biden today while he was visiting northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin. And if you can all help me understand what the hell he said, I'd greatly appreciate it because I'm not bilingual. The other thing is, apparently there has been some news now that the Texas is openly, actively seeking all military members to it's Operation Lone Star, and they're asking for recruiting of members to join the border mission, Operation Lone Star. And this just happened within the last hour, is my understanding. So, Sean, if you can, I just intentionally DM'd you all that, so A, I had it, but
Yeah, but
B,
Shane, you got to throw him some peanuts in order to make him do the music thing. You got to feed him peanuts.
hey, once you hear it, that is everybody's peanut right there.
You
We
know,
literally just fed the elephant the peanut on that one.
you know what's so funny is I plotted and planned this space out about a week in advance, and like my intuition was I knew things were going on, but I had a feeling that we'd be coming to this pinnacle, this point, this inflection point where we're at. And it's funny that you said that within the last hour they were doing that. There's going to be so much more going on and globally as well. Some of what David was talking about, it made me think about, how we've outsourced ourselves to destruction, and we're so reliant on something. We're so reliant on things outside of the country. And when you look at the energy, if you want to look at a story piece I did on energy and freeing the country and bringing economic prosperity, I pinned it to my profile. Talks about pretty much what David was talking about, and I think people should read it because it really does pretty much lay out what he was talking about right there in a nutshell. But Sean,
So,
are you still awake, Sean? Oh,
yeah,
go
but
ahead.
before you move on, hold on a minute, because I want to kind of talk to David just briefly here. But David,
Yeah.
if you DM me your phone number, I'll be more than happy to talk to you. One thing I do know extremely well is energy policy. I actually keep both tabs open for MISO, which is the Mid-Continent system operator for everything Minnesota down to Louisiana, as well as ERCOT, because I monitor the production of energy at all times. You did touch on something really good about going to all electrification, because what a lot of people don't know in the country, in the last 2 years, you notice you don't have a meter reader coming to your house anymore with doggy treats in their pocket. It's because you were all switched to net metering. And whether you signed up for it or opted out of it or didn't know about it, whatever, it happened. And so, by the way, right now in MISO, Minnesota, all the way to Louisiana, the northern border to the southern border, right now, solar is -1 megawatt. I love pointing that out every day. So, and actually right now, wind is a whopping just under 3,000 megawatts out of a total of 63,600 megawatts being produced. So our renewables are just kicking ass. And by the way, we are covering tens of thousands of our agricultural land. If you look where all solar is currently being placed, it is solely on agricultural land. They are not using federal lands that they already own. No, 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 no. We're bribing all the landowners to give up their agricultural land for a minimum of a 25-year contract, by the way, a lease. So if you think we're going to have a little bit of a crunch on the power grid, wait till you got a crunch on the food, because that's what they're doing. So this thing going on in Texas right now is going to be pretty exciting. But David, just feel free. I actually am in the middle of writing an op-ed. It's pretty long, but I'll be submitting it. It's all on energy policy and EV stuff and all of that. And here's a good one for you. If you get elected, this was an amendment I wanted to do last year because I'm in a liberal state like you. And of course, they pass all this carbon free by 2040 nonsense and all these goals. And then they passed all this stuff for electric vehicles. So I wanted to offer an amendment, and just the way the day went, it got long, and you have a hard stop point. So it didn't happen. But no electric vehicle sold in this state shall contain any product derived from petroleum. I want to see how you make an electric car that has no products that derive from petroleum-based anything.
right?
Steel
What
wheels or
about
wood wheels,
oil?
brother?
Plastic. Plastic is all petroleum based. Good luck with
What
that one.
it's not just that, it's the tires. It's
Yeah.
it's the electric harnesses. How do you
Rubber.
encase a 1,000-pound battery outside of plastic?
Well, tires are petroleum based. They add petroleum
That's
to
my
the rubber.
point. Gas struts and shocks don't happen anymore. Now you got coil springs, you got leaf springs. You might as well go back to the horse and oh wait, can't have a horse and buggy. Horses
Yeah, that's
fart.
yeah. I sent you my phone number. So let me know when you're free the next few days, and I'll throw you a call and we'll talk.
Sounds good, brother. This is something I know. I've been on energy committee now. Well, this will be my 6th year, but I started a
And
couple years prior because I knew I was walking into a big old web. But
yeah, the more I know, the better. I mean, especially if I get elected, the more knowledge I have, more knowledgeable I am about these things, it'll be easier, and I can
correct.
explain my point a little bit more clearer.
And I'll connect you to some things you can follow and read. I mean, like people
All right,
that are our best friends in this stuff.
I'm I'm
Cool.
I'm
Thanks.
already looking up my opponent again this year because I ran against him in 22. So all the stuff that he hasn't almost has nothing that he's actually like primary sponsored in the House because he doesn't do anything. He's just a rubber stamp. All he does is vote how they want him to vote. It's crazy. But anywho, uh, thanks for letting me give me that information, Shane. Like I said, give me a call whenever you get a chance in the next few days.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. DB, jump on in. And I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that's come in tonight and been listening to us. I really appreciate it. And I know the candidates sure do because, you're the people that they're fighting for. So thanks for joining us tonight. DB, why don't you jump back in, brother? And then I want to check in with Christian and Sean, see if Sean's awake. And then, I know it's getting late for some people on the East Coast. So why don't you jump in, DB?
Thank you. I just wanted to say it's a pleasure to be on here. And I just wanted to comment on what Hash said, uh, talking about Gators. My team is do some military called me was Gator. So that's all cool, but let's again humanity. There's a lot of those families that are trying to come across experience, but there have been quite a few people with bad intent that come through. So I don't know if we would go that far, but there needs to be a process, maybe a better process, and qualifying people from other countries to be legal aliens. But other than that, I just wanted to say it was a pleasure to be here with you guys tonight. I have to be up early. I just wanted to say good night, Magamission, and all the people that I'm connected with. Nice to see you. Thank you for having me on. And again, stay together, follow each other. Let's make sure that we continue to make our voice heard. Spaces like this are great. So I love you all that can hear the sound of my voice. And let's continue to do what's right, say what's right. And I believe everyone in here believes in the United States of America, believes in America first. And all the people that I'm connected with that are candidates, good luck in your races. If you need me, if I can, I'll be there. And we need to be there for one another because the only way we will succeed, in my opinion, is collectively. So, once again, thank you guys. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Ashley, for following me. Thank you, votifynow. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, David. And thank you, Hash, and all the other people for being connected with me. And it's great to see you, great to hear from you. And we will get this right. Um, we stay together. And those of you who believe what's right, uh, I believe that we'll be successful. All of you, whatever you're going through in your family, whatever you're going through in your personal life, God is great, and you're alive for a reason, and great things are ahead in your life. I just wanted to say that to all of you, and God bless you, and good night.
God bless you too, brother. I just want to clarify. I meant Florida Gators, but I would settle for alligators.
Well, we have alligators here. We also have crocs. So whatever your fancy is, we can accommodate you down here. But just to let you know, before I got into the military and politics, I was an athlete. So I'm about 6'5", 250 pounds. So there's a lot of gators down here that are much bigger and more scarier than I am. So uh, you know, we can definitely get it done. Thanks again, my brother, and I look forward to talking to you all again soon. Good night, guys.
Hey, you got it, DB, and everybody in the room. We do have a space every Saturday, 10 o'clock West, 1 o'clock East. And then Sean and I do the drive Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock East. And that's where we just kind of, defrag the day's news. We kind of play some music, have a good time. It's really lighthearted, but it's still kind of geopol or a little bit of political humor, a little bit of things that we've heard about that maybe are infuriating, maybe they're funny. We kind of go through all those things and just kind of unwind at the end of a long work day. And I hope you can join us Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock East in The Drive with Sean Strom, my co-host. I'm not sure, Sean, did you fall asleep? You there, brother? You might have fallen asleep.
Actually, I'm about that way myself, MAGA. So I
Yeah,
wanted to just hop on real quick and tell everybody good night. Stay safe. God bless. And we'll see you next time.
yeah, you got it. Thank you, Ashley, and we'll be talking again real soon. Good to have you tonight. And then Christian, I don't know if you're with us still. Are you there? Mic check.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right on. Yeah. So, can you? A lot of people don't understand where the power really lies as far as what a citizen can do to get active locally. And I know you do a lot of work with precinct committeemen, and you've been signing up people like nobody's business. Did you want to open up on that a little bit and kind of let people know, for those people out there that are sick and tired of being sick and tired, what they can actually do to change the landscape of politics, what's going on in this country?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Good evening, everybody. So I would say that if you are in a state that is going to be one of those states that decides the election, um, or if you're not in one of the states, um, and of course we know that there's 6 states, and so there might be another plus or minus 2 or 3 states in addition to that. But if you're in one of the states that's gonna decide um, the election, the most effective thing that you can do um, in this entire process is to be a precinct committeeman or a precinct delegate or a precinct chair. Um, for those that are at home and you're just sitting around and you want something to do, um, we need help with uh, contacting Trump voters and asking them to become precinct committeemen. A lot of our voters are not aware of this, and they're not going to know unless we call them. That's just the bottom line. You're not going to get around that. Uh, and I would say that we're not going to. It's not as if we would have someone on television that stops the television programming to ask uh, Trump voters to sign up as precinct committeemen. That is not happening. Um, and I would also say too that um, I was on a Zoom call um, with this particular group, and almost 50 minutes through the Zoom call, nothing was said about precinct committeemen at all. Even though the call was supposed to be exactly about precinct committeemen. So, I mean, that's just an example of the problem that we have. And even when I'm on a stream, um, and there's 60,000 people on the stream, and they're taking live questions, and someone poses a question, well, what can I do to help? The first response is not, you need to sign up as a precinct committeeman. It's typically, oh well, you could phone bank, um, you could knock on doors, you could attend events, but again, it's not focused on precinct committeemen. And the reason why this is so critical is, so let's say, obviously the power of censure and the power of public opinion. Um, when you say Republican Party at all on any platform, people automatically know what it is that you're talking about. So that is a huge, um, let's just say, arena of communicating to the public. So that's number one. Number two, every single vacant precinct where you do not have a PC that is on file, that is potentially anywhere between 500 to 1,500 voters, at least in Arizona it is. That is anywhere between 500 to 1,500 voters that's not being contacted at all whatsoever. And so beyond that, aside the fact that you're not using the political power when you don't have precinct committeemen, or if you're not a PC, you're not also utilizing the advantage of voter contact and voter engagement. So I would just say, really, at this point, because we're almost in February right now. Um, we know that we're going to have state conventions that will ultimately decide who becomes the Republican nominee, which it will be Trump. But if we got into a situation where um, there was a fight for the nomination, I mean, I can tell you right now, we would not be in a good position, because we don't have enough Trump voters that are precinct committeemen. And that presents itself as a real problem. I'll give you another example. So here in Arizona, we're getting ready to have our state annual meeting on Saturday, and at this meeting, there's going to be people who will motion to elect a new chair. And I can tell you right now that we don't have the votes to elect the chair that we really want, because we don't have enough precinct committeemen across the counties, because precinct committeemen determine how many state committeemen you have, and the state committeemen elect the state party chair. And then I would also say too that um, or let me rephrase this: a state party chair does not have more power than one precinct committeeman. Uh, which you won't hear that from a lot of people, but that is the case. That is the truth, because unless you have the support of precinct committeemen, would you actually be able to get the state committeemen that you need to become a state party chair? Even just running for office, a lot of candidates don't realize if you don't have precinct leaders in the key areas that you need to win as a candidate, you're not going to be successful because you don't have the disciples or the arms and the legs on the ground to spread your message out inside of the precincts that you need to win. So, that's another reason why precinct committeemen are important. But overall, I would just say that over the past few years that I've been involved in politics, and just beyond, uh, you know, getting 500,000 views on videos talking about Bob Mueller, or even talking about the coronavirus scam. I can tell you that the most power, or even fighting through the criminal justice system, fighting through city, county, and state courts, and the federal district court. I can tell you right now that the most powerful position, the most powerful strategy, or whatever you want to call it, the most powerful, effective method is precinct committeeman. There is nothing more powerful than that, and so many of us just sit on it. And even, God willing, Trump is reelected president of the United States. President Trump cannot write law from the White House. He's not going to have the authority to rewrite the law. So when he gets in the White House, God willing, he's going to need a functioning United States Congress in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate. He's not going to have a functioning United States Congress unless he has precinct committeemen or precinct leaders that can use their power to move Congress in the way that we want them to go. So that's really what it comes down to, and I hope that as we continue to educate the public, that this message of being a precinct committeeman is stressed. Even when I've been on stages with multiple state party chairs, the state GOP chair in Nebraska, the state GOP chair in California, the state GOP chair in Idaho, all of them said being a precinct committeeman is the most important thing you can do. Even the former Democratic Party chair of Ohio says that being a precinct committeeman is the most important thing you can do. So I mean, it really, at some point, this problem that we have, is going to have to be addressed in some shape, form, or fashion, and I hope that we don't continue to wait too long before time runs out, or before we miss the opportunity to save the country, because time is not on our side. And then I would also say too, because I didn't mention it, I have used this strategy of using the power of precinct committeemen, the power of censure, and the power of public opinion to remove 3 rhinos out of the state legislature here in Arizona. So this method of using precinct committeemen. I've used it. Others have used it to remove other folks inside the government. All we need to have is more people applying these concepts and getting these things done. Um, I'm going to go back on mute. If you want something to do and you want to help us, because we do need help, because a lot of folks don't want to sit and make phone calls. But I can tell you right now, I have one precinct committee woman who she has signed up almost 50 PCs, just because she took the time to sit and make phone calls. I mean, I've signed up just on Twitter alone through direct messages without even really trying. I mean, there's multiple districts that we weren't even calling, and I just had people just reaching out to me through DM, and I signed up 50 people just through Twitter alone, and then on other platforms like Nextdoor, I signed up about 50 people. So all it is about taking the time to actually spend the time to sign folks up and make sure that those applications get approved. That's all it takes is taking the time, setting aside the time, making it the priority. And thank you all.
Thank you, Christian. I know it's getting late for some people. I did see Walter Hudson in the room, and if you want to come up, Walter, you're more than welcome. It's great to have you. And Shane, why don't you jump in, and we'll maybe start putting a bow on this.
Yeah, so I just want to touch on what Christian just talked about, because obviously this is touching the entire nation. I mean, these spaces do. Not all people call it precinct committeemen. So other states call it other things. So basically, it's find your local GOP party. Every county or district has one. It varies. Like in Minnesota, it's choppy. But there is one wherever you live, you can find it. It might take a little digging, but it's there. And we call them delegates. And then we put our delegates forward. If you have a person like a state representative or a state senator that you don't feel is representing your district well, it doesn't take that much to get involved in that local, what you guys are referring to as a precinct. We call them something completely different. I don't even want to say it because nobody understands what the hell it means, but and you can literally take one of these things back in a very short period of time and then slowly take back bigger swaths as you go. I mean, we had so much success just with school boards in 2022 to start flipping a lot of those seats over and getting more and more people involved. And yes, because I believe every state has 3 votes on who's going to be the RNC chair. So all of our voices influence those 3 voices. And that is very important. If you're not, completely happy with the current RNC chair, which I don't hear a lot of that, then it takes more and more voices to bring that all forward. And, like many of us are taking a lot of this stuff head on, and some of us do it in different ways. Walter doesn't really. By the way, I want to introduce Walter. He's also a state rep here in the fine state of Minnesota. He's a very outspoken little bugger, and he's taken on the education unions pretty hard lately, and they're having their merry way with him, or trying to. And I tell you what, I personally would not want to get into a debate with Walter. He's a very well-spoken individual, and he's well articulated and well thought out. So maybe I'll just let Walter. Oh, by the way, Walter, I suppose it looks different on your thing, but the guy from that Votify Now that I've told you about is in the same room right now. So Johnny, that's Walter. He's also a state rep. He's actually in a district right next to me. So there, I made some introductions, but Walter, if you want to jump in quick, because apparently Matt wants to put a bow on it.
No, I when I say that, we got time. I'm not rushing it. And
I know, because I was going to tease you that you're in California time, so for crying out loud, it's only 9 something there.
I know. I know. I'm fine. I was more concerned with you guys, all the East Coasters. I mean, I'm putting you through your paces tonight, keeping you up till 1, 2 in the morning. But maybe next week we'll have another space on at towards the evening in the middle of the week, or maybe Thursdays. It seems to be a nice evening to do it. Walter, what's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good. Appreciate the invite to come up. I popped in just looking to listen, but I appreciate the invitation. And Shane and I lately we're talking every other day on the phone, and he's been talking about Votify nonstop. So it's nice to finally make that connection. And the only thing that I'll just say by way of encouragement. I mean, I don't really have much to add of substance that hasn't already been said since I first joined, other than just to encourage people that there is so much, as I've been going around the state talking to activists, what I try to tell them is, I know we're all demoralized by the sense that we're fighting our own and we're fighting the establishment and we're fighting the left. And it seems like we're surrounded everywhere we look, we're fighting. But the truth of the matter is, and this is something I've learned after 1 year of my first term as a state legislator, the reality of the quote unquote establishment is that they don't really know what they're doing. And they're not particularly organized, and they're not a monolithic entity. They're actually there's as many factions and competing interests within what you would regard as the establishment as there is anywhere else. And it's fairly disorganized. And so what that means is that there's a real opportunity for normal folks to pick up political capital that's just lying there on the table. And what I mean by political capital is if you can do what folks are talking about tonight, if you can organize, if you can recruit precinct captains or whatever the equivalent is in your state, if you can be personally responsible for getting ballots in boxes, that's going to be noticed. And then people are going to start knocking on your door asking you for their endorsement or their support, because you're going to be known as somebody who makes things happen. And there's just so many opportunities. I don't know that we get any lower than we have found ourselves in recent years. So that what that means is there's a lot of potential political capital just lying there on the table for you to pick up. So I would encourage you to do so. Thanks.
Yeah, Walter, encouraging. Well, so just in the time that we started Magamission, like 9 months ago or whatever, last year, just in the spaces we've held, there have been people that were inspired to join up and become a precinct committeeman in their area. So then, as I've been building the site, I've been adding more tools and more information, because it's really about giving people the tools. Maybe the fruit's up high and I pull the branch down a little lower so you can grab it, so to speak, metaphorically speaking. So what Magamission is trying to do is we're trying to bring that same information that you're talking about, that Christian's talking about, and giving people the ability to access that information and have the steps and the tools to do it. And there's actually a page on magamission.org to kind of lay out just the premise of what it is to even embark on this journey of becoming a precinct committeeman. And just to get the idea of what it truly means to do that, and what you can do to help save the country. So I want to do more work with Christian on that, and over time we're going to be basically putting out the blueprint, really, to help people and then direct them. And I would really like to even list different precincts, on the site from different states, because we have a 50-state directory, and it's building every day. And when I reached out to you, you might already be a rep, so you're not campaigning or whatever, but I'd love to list you on the site as well. Shane's there. You're in good company. We're all on the same team. And I'm in California, but I'm reaching out to everybody across the nation. I'm trying to unite as many people as we can, and hopefully what I do and then what other people do and everybody together, it's going to do exactly what you're saying. It's going to bring everybody out, get them all on the same page. And like you said, they're not organized. Maybe we're certainly getting organized every single day. That is it right there. Get the people organized, get the people to the information, get them the tools, and calling back to votifynow. uh, there is yet another incredible tool that people can use, and it's for the people. It's right there. So I don't know how much easier we could make it. That's the other thing. It's like we're laying out all this information, we're putting all the tools out. First step, get people to register to vote. Everybody register to vote. Then get actually out there and vote. These are like, it seems to be so, I don't know, it just seems to be, is it too much to ask? Is it really? There's civic duties and civic responsibilities. And I want everybody to step up to these civic duties and civic responsibilities as a citizen, because if you sit back, you fall into apathy, then you really don't have any place to complain. You don't really have a leg to stand on when it comes to complaining about the state of the country and what's happening. And if we don't get active, we won't have a future for this country and the people that come after us and the children. And really, I'm not going to be here. You're not going to be here. Shane's not going to be here. We're all trying to lay down the foundation for the future when we're not here. And it's people like you and people like Shane and Votify Now and everybody in this room that really cares about that future, because we know time is short. We're only here for a moment, so we got to do what we can with what we got.
And Matt, a good point to that. And just also, Walter, I just want you to just take a look around the room, because there's a gentleman with his hand up right now. His name is David. He's running in Rhode Island. There's another gentleman just down, well, I don't know how your phone looks, but Joseph. He's running, I believe, in Texas. And he's a good, hard-working truck driver, kind of like our good friend Cal Barr. So there's a lot of good people in here all stepping up to do this kind of crazy journey that you and I embarked on. And it's important that we all kind of stay in touch. And David had talked before you got in here, Walter, about the horrible energy policies that were going down. And that's kind of what Matt just touched on. I mean, if we don't get up and do something, not only are we going to have obviously all these illegal aliens flying the border and flooding that, and I don't think a lot of people realize that. Everybody assumes that whole illegal alien push is all about getting new voters, but as productive people flee liberal states and head to conservative states to protect whatever nest egg they may have or income, those liberal states in what will it be, 6 years, are going through another census. If they lose too much population, they lose congressional seats. And when they lose congressional seats, they go to where the population is. So it's kind of a multi-fold purpose, that it's a long-term game and it's a short-term thing. And yes, there is, Minnesota was one of the many states that passed license for illegals, and then I could be wrong, but it was about a month and a half later, they passed, upon signing up for a driver's license, everybody's automatically registered to vote. Even if you're 16, as soon as you're 18, you're registered to vote, which there was no clarification in there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Walter, but anybody who signs up for a license is automatically registered to vote. And we pushed hard for amendments that would make the license, be different or be identified, that it was not, an illegal alien, undocumented, whatever the word is they needed, have it vertical instead of horizontal, which is the way it was in 2019. They agreed to have it vertical, but now that they have full control, they said, screw you. And they said, well, obviously, if they're not allowed to vote, they're not going to vote, which I'm not concerned about whether or not they do or don't vote. I'm concerned about whether they get mailed a ballot or not, whether they know it or not, because they're pushing to this mail-out balloting. So there's a lot of factors in all of this, and that goes back to Votify Now. If you see somebody at one of these ballot drop boxes, dumping 60, 70 ballots, take a video of it, post it. And I'll let David go because he's got his hand up. But it is important because we just went through 2 years of lockdowns. We lost a crap load of our liberties. We thought the Patriot Act was bad. And now they just shut down a whole bunch of small businesses, told us we had to stay home. We had to be... I'm kind of trying to figure out, Walter, maybe you could answer this question for me, because I thought about this about a couple of years back. Everybody had to be 6 foot separated, and you couldn't have people from two different residences in the same house, right? I mean, that was a big thing that Governor Walz pushed. And then got the Attorney General Ellison, former Congressman Ellison, now Attorney General of Minnesota, he was running around finding anybody that violated the executive orders of the governor. But did any couples that had an illegitimate child from two different households get a $25,000 fine because you had to be within 6 feet to make that work. I'm just thinking. I don't know.
I don't think that occurred, but the absurdity of the underlying policy that you're citing is obvious.
Well, and that's the whole point because, and there was something I think you even posted today. I'm not sure what it was. I bounced through so many things, but all this targeting of different groups and everything. But it was only 2 years ago where the governor and not just our state and many, many states were deeming a vast swath of people non-essential. So now we have all these arguments about this group or that group and elevating this group or that group, but they're the ones that were saying. I think it was on the assisted suicide is what you posted, and or somebody did, as far as the former medical director of the medical association or whatever spoke against it, and when somebody's down or whatever. But our own governor and many others flat out told a huge swath of populations that they were non-essential. I don't know what is more demeaning and more bullying or bullish to tell somebody that they're non-essential and they don't matter. They don't have a right to earn a living to feed their children or their put a food on their table or pay their bills. So this is what we actually were brought down to, and that's just kind of what Walter said. We are actually at a point where the only place we have to go from here is up. I mean, we are kind of getting towards that bottom thing. I mean, we've heard for years, this is the most important election ever. We are literally there. And I think what we're going to see play out in Texas in the days to come will certainly advance that. And it might get a little exciting. I've been saying for the last several months in many of these spaces, that it was 2023, but the next, several months leading in November of 2024 is going to get really bumpy. Nobody knows what it's all going to be. Nobody knows what they're going to throw at us, but it's going to be one hell of a ride. So get your feet in them stirrups and hold on to them reins because this bad boy is going to giddy up.
Thanks, Shane. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, so a couple of points that Shane brought up, and Maggie you brought up as well. The people that basically just sit, basically in your words, they bitch and complain but do not absolutely jack squat. That's the people we need to I would say energize to get them to literally see what's going on, literally show them and then give them the information and make sure they look it up. We're not just pulling their leg or whatever, you know what I mean? And I forget because it was you guys went on. He was going on for a bit, so I forget some of the What else? Just to recap, Shane. What else? Because I knew there was a couple of comments I wanted to make on what you were saying, but I literally lost my train of thought.
Well, we were talking about getting people involved. Oh, that was the other thing. Also, not only what as you call committeemen, poll watchers and election judges too, because we had a massive deficit in 2020 and 2022, because we're supposed to have balanced party balance, and there's not enough of them either. And often, if you get people to what you guys are referring to as a precinct men, we call them delegates. A lot of those people will show up will sign up eventually to be the election judges and the poll watchers and all that, because right now the vast majority of in our state are elderly people, and there's not a lot of new young ones getting involved. So that's the other side of it. But we talked about energy policy. I don't know, losing our freedoms and liberties through the lockdowns, pandemic nonsense, and actually a lot of people lost their lives too. Which there's one of them in here. I'm not gonna do not call on her. She can't talk right now. But Walter, say it. You can wave to Annie. She's down there too. She lost her husband back in 2022, January, and has become a very, very close friend. And I'm sure, Walter, you'll be meeting her at the next medical freedom rally that we do at the Capitol. So, but there was so much that was taken from so many, and I don't know. I hope I triggered your memory, Dave. I tried to buy you some time here.
No, that did a few. So my issue with the whole when they were forcing these lockdowns and everything, they can't do that. One, because one, it's unconstitutional. You can't force somebody in their house, no matter what the situation or what the issue. Um, you basically at that point become a tyrant, which is what us in this channel are trying to fight against. Um, in Rhode Island, they basically told nurses they either get the shot or they're fired. They did the same thing with they did the masking, same thing with the masking for teachers in schools. My wife is a teacher, so she had to deal with that shit. And uh, the whole thing where they're the forcing the shots on people is wrong on every level. And like I said, we had to deal with that here. My work, thank God, didn't make me. I told my wife, I will make them fire me before I put that needle in my arm. I'm sorry. If they fire me, I will take them to court and I will win because they have no right to tell me what I cannot do to my own body. And I like the fact that the people that are pro-abortion like to say it's my body, my choice, right? So wouldn't that be the same with the vaccine? My body, my choice, right? I find it ironic the hypocrisy of the left. I really find it like ironic that they get so butthurt about every single thing that we do, but they are the opposite, and they're okay with it because it has to do with them, and not it's sickening. Like I can't say it enough. The amount of hypocrisy in the left, and the amount of pandering, and the amount of pointing fingers here and there. Oh, you're a bad person because you didn't get the shot. Blah blah blah. I don't give a fat shit. I'll tell people right off to their face. I'm very blunt and straightforward. I'm not playing games. Like you're not gonna tell me what I can and cannot do. I'm sorry. You're not my mother. You're not my father. And even at that point, I'm almost 40 years old. Good luck my parents telling me what to do. I'm an adult. Um, that's how people should treat it. Like to treat this government we currently have you're not my mother. You're not my father. Go basically pound sand. I don't have to listen to you. Mandates aren't laws. Mandates are only laws if you decide to follow them. Then they're law. But I mean, because people honestly don't know what Black's Law Dictionary is, and apparently don't go look things up. Mandates don't do anything. The governor can, and the any powers that be, the governor or whoever, can mandate whatever the hell they want. You don't have to follow it. It didn't get passed by the legislature. They again can pound sand. Um, and I mean, I don't get how people can sit back and just, like I said, again, sit and do nothing. I have a few people that I'm on Facebook friends with, and they like to complain and complain and complain. But when I ask them to help walk, or I ask them, can you donate a few bucks? Literally, freaking crickets. Crickets. They're like, oh yeah, we're behind you, blah blah blah. But when push comes to shove, they don't want to do jack squat, but they want to sit and complain. So I've gotten to the point where I'm just, I don't want to hear you complain. Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear you. I'm completely ignoring you because all you do is complain, complain, but do nothing to help the situation. Period whatsoever, and it's irritating. I mean, we need to get these people, woken up because it's sad. It's really really sad and pathetic. I don't. I rack my brain, and the lack of common sense and logic is overwhelming.
Yeah, that's true. I do see some other people that came in. I just want to say I see you and thank you guys for being here listening tonight. And David, your lack of sensitivity to all those butts that are hurt out there in the world. I mean, gosh, have a heart. Their butts are hurting, okay?
Well,
I'm
good.
just
They can
kidding.
go. They can go to the pharmacy. No, they can go to the
Maybe
pharmacy
they
and
can get
pick up.
some baby wipes or
No,
some
they can.
tucks.
They can go to the store and pick up some preparation H for them with hemorrhoids. I don't care.
Exactly. There's a topical ointment for that. Christian Lamar, do you want to jump in, Christian?
Yeah, thanks, Matt. So I just wanted to mention one thing that I didn't mention earlier. So when we're out signing up precinct uh, committeemen, or and in other states, people have different names for it. But when we're out signing up precinct committeemen in Arizona or Maricopa County, when we're doing that, we're actually registering voters when we do that, because you may have a voter that is an independent, but they're a Trump voter and they're not a registered Republican. So somehow uh, we need to move registering voters into signing up precinct leaders, because we have enough vacancies to the point that if we sign up a precinct leader, it's registering a voter at the same exact time. Um, so I didn't bring that up. And then also, um, of course, I had I spoke in front of 70 new precinct committeemen that we had signed up in the west part of the valley, uh, and that was in Litchfield Park. Um, and so we're going to have another 3 gatherings of new precinct committeemen that we're going to be um, essentially showing them the entire censure process from beginning to end. Because last week, uh, when I spoke, we did an entire walkthrough with all of those new precinct committeemen. We showed them every aspect of the censure, introducing it, reading it, motioning it, second the motioning, debating it, voting on it. We showed them how to deal with some of the things that arise when they introduce that censure. We showed them how people will try to interfere with the censure. We showed them the importance of everybody standing up and seconding the motion, not just waiting on one person to stand up. Um, and so a lot of those things that we went over, uh, those things are not taught at all. Um, and one of the main reasons it's not taught is because the party doesn't want people to know this power. Um, so that's all I wanted to add. And as I said, we need more folks making phone calls, because I've got some of my best Trump precinct committeemen and women that are coaching all these new PCs. So while they're coaching all these new PCs, I need some folks who need something to do to continue to make those phone calls, so that we can continue, because we need 500 more PCs to take back the control of Maricopa County away from the rhinos. If we signed up 180 in 85 days, you could imagine that 500 wouldn't be that difficult to accomplish. We just need more people helping us make those calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Alpha, you joined us, sir. And I see Michael there for Florida. Michael, if you want to jump up and say hi, more than welcome. Alpha, what's up, brother? All right, maybe he can't hear me.
He's connecting right now, Matt. But if Michael wants to jump up, Michael, you should meet Walter, because Michael is very active down in the Florida GOP, and he's been doing a lot of good work down there. I'm just trying to introduce Walter to all these people, so I'm just kind of having fun with it. But a lot of what Christian just said is absolutely true, because even like the independents, many of them are they're frustrated. Even some moderate Democrats are frustrated. And just by getting them to even sign up to start attending these meetings, and we could all sit at church. We hear all the people that sit at church and they piss and moan about politics or what have you. or they sit and piss and moan at work or whatever, or at the grocery store when I get stopped. I hear it all the time. I'm just gonna be gone 20 minutes. It's 3 hours later, but beside the point. And but literally, it's in the very beginning. Depending on what you want to do, it's literally like a 1 hour meeting a month. Might go an hour and a half, depending on the agenda and how long everybody chooses a chatterbox. But you can accomplish so much more and actually have a voice in the process of who actually goes forward to, who gets endorsed to go to the state rep or the state senate, and who you get behind for the county commissioners and the school boards, which obviously are nonpartisan. I get that, and city council and all that, but still you can get behind them and make a push to get the voice out there, because if you're a state rep candidate or a state senator candidate, you're obviously hitting a lot of doors, and or the volunteers. Well, nothing says that you can't, help advocate for the other ones and the down ticket folks as well. So there's a lot of ways to collaborate a lot of this, and the volunteers can certainly, speak for multiple parts of the ballot. And to me, your voice is never stronger than what you guys call precincts. I'm trying to avoid our word that Walter and I have to use, just because it wouldn't make any sense to y'all. But that is like it was one of the most interesting things I ever got involved in. And the first time I went to a state convention, um, that was like a 3-day thing, whatever. And I got back, and the girls asked me, Mama and daughter, what was it like? And I'm like, they're big into football. Don't judge me on that. But and I said, well, if the Vikings ever actually happened to make it to the Super Bowl and you were there and they won, how would that feel like? And they kind of explained that. I said, that's what I just went through. I was in a room of 2,500 people. Even if someone were standing in my way, or like being like not being cognizant of where, the pathway they were blocking, it didn't bother me because I knew it was in a room full of like-minded people. And I couldn't have enjoyed it better. And then the debate. And sometimes the debate was like we spent 15 minutes arguing about something about 3 minutes, or it could have even been greater than that. But it was just fun watching it play out. And for me, if these people really want to get involved, I don't think they realize how much fun, if you enjoy it, how much power they actually have once they understand it. Sure, it's a little unnerving. You know what? Go to the meetings. Don't say anything. Just go to 3 or 4. Just sit back and listen. Figure out who the players are. Figure out their personalities. That's what I did. And then once I figured them out, once I started talking, I never shut up, as you can tell. So that was kind of the whole thing. And before I knew it, people were encouraging me to run, and I said no, and they said yes, and I had lost that argument, and then I won. So here we are.
Can I just chime in real quick? You mentioned about like different people that run in different. Well, we use districts. We don't use precincts. Actually, we use precincts for the smaller parts of a district. But me running in 22, I helped walk for Senate districts that overlapped. I also helped walk for ward districts, and they did vice versa, which is how it should be. It actually helps you if you don't have a lot of volunteers. So if you give people your material and they can knock on doors and talk to you and whatnot here and there, it helps a lot towards getting and knocking on every single door, not only once but twice. Um, the more times you can knock on a door, I would say probably the most 2 or 3 in the election year, the more you'll stick into their mind because you actually came and talked to them instead of just sending somebody by or just sending a mailer. 1-to-1 is more meaningful when you can sit and have a conversation with with 3 or 4 minutes with somebody at their own door and let them talk and them tell you what they are having a problem with, than just sending somebody, some random Joe Schmo, to go walk for you. But the volunteers you do get have to be all on the same page. I gave my volunteers my phone number. If anybody, my constituents had wanted to call me, they were able to do so. Like future constituents, because I wasn't elected, obviously, but um, feel free to email, call me if you have a question. Just don't call too late. Anything past like 9:30 is still too late. But the more more interactive you are with your constituents, and the more you can overlap for other people in your that are running in, Republicans running in overlapping districts, the easier it'll be too. And everybody should be like a united front anyway. It shouldn't be just all the separation. I'm only gonna walk for me. I'm not gonna help you out, like kind of thing. Because you're getting help without even really asking for it at that point. It's free help. You know what I mean? And that's why I wanted to kind of go on
Well,
what you're saying.
that it's interesting you should say that, because I was confronted by an activation group out here in California by a really great constitutionalist. We were having a meeting with a bunch of people who are active out here in California trying to save California, but their focus is solely on California, while mine is a little bit broader than that. And I was kind of trying to explain to some of this one gentleman how important it is for me to look at the nation as a whole versus just where I'm at. Where I'm at is in California. Of course, it's important to me. But like you said, that's why all the candidates together, even though each of you are in different states, there's strategy, or as past president strategery. There's some strategery there that we could use, and we can share knowledge and information, and even playbooks, tactics, all those things. We could use those things nationwide. And also the support. What you're doing, David, I mean, every single person I've talked to, the work is very, it can tire you out, it can exhaust you. And that's why, everybody with Magamission, we're like a team of candidates across the United States. Some people are in, some people are getting into it, some people are new, some people this might be their second try, their third try. It doesn't matter, but really it's about the teamwork, and kind of helping each other along this road, because we need each other. We need to pull together as a team. And pulling all of our brains together and looking at this, we've been making a lot of ground, and I know the work you're doing, David. You're busy, you're trying to get in, and I know you're doing meet and greets and events. And down in Florida, Michael's working, Shane's always doing stuff, Christian's working hard, Johnny works tirelessly. So we support each other. And that's part of the system, and then we turn it back to the citizens. We let them know we're supporting them, and then they also in turn support us. So it's unity, man. That's what it's about. Shane, why don't you jump back in?
So another kind of interesting part of what David brought up, and Walter can testify to this, that even prior to either one of us getting elected, we all went and helped other candidates, whether it was school board. Well, Walter was on city council in his respective city, but either way, I mean, and now we're gonna have a special election coming next month because somebody resigned, which, if you can comprehend, typically in Minnesota, like a February special election is probably not the funnest thing. I did one a couple of years ago, helped another person out, but ground is frozen. This year we have no snow, nothing to stick a sign into. And it's just, it's stand at a door, like David said, for 3-4 minutes. Well, it gets pretty chilly out there when it's, depending, although they're saying we have a warm front coming. But, and the other side of it is, think about this. So, like, David was dumb enough to send me his number. And I mean, and I don't mean in dumb. That's a little sarcasm. But if David gets elected, and if I'm monitoring his election record or his voting record, and I now have his phone number, I can call and light his ass up, going, "What were you thinking?" and Matt's got everybody's phone number now. So it's kind of a two-way street to all this, because now we all know one another, and there's an accountability here, because we all fought for America first. Right. And if we see someone tipping, coming running off the rails or whatever,
that's the whole
you
point.
better know there's a fire coming after you.
That's the whole point. though. I have nothing to hide, I mean, I don't mind giving my number out. Like, I don't mind, because I'm not gonna falter. There's no gray area for me. There's constitution or bust, period. So I have no qualms of giving people my number. That's not a problem. I don't have to worry about it, because where I vote, if I get elected, is going to be where it needs to be. So I'll leave that
No,
there.
no, David, I get that it was a little bit of levity. You have to learn a little bit of levity once in a while
Yeah,
because
sometimes I take things a little too literal. My bad.
no, but levity is good. Because a lot of things have happened, particularly in the last 3 years, that have been, it's a lot of dark, it's a lot of ugly stuff, and sometimes we got to find a little bit of something. I mean, I'm reading all my DMs that are popping up here, and I see some that, yeah. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of things going on. I don't know if you've all seen what's going on in France right now, but it's getting ugly over there. It's getting ugly in Germany. I mean, there's obviously a global push to make things like really complicated. Obviously, we have the southern border. We have this little thing in Texas going on between Biden and Abbott or Paxton, what have you, and we have the thing in Ukraine and I mean, it's everywhere. So all we've known for a year now, or we knew going into this year, that it's gonna there's gonna be a lot of something going on, and it's gonna be a lot of distraction. Keep your eye on the ball. Keep your eye on the prize, because don't get that distracted. At the end of the day, um, I honestly believe that this is very, very accomplishable. And Walter and I here know that we have our work cut out for us. Michael knows down in Florida he's got his work cut out for him. Christian knows he's got his work cut out for him down in Arizona. David, you got Rhode Island. And, this is a team sport. And sometimes it becomes a combat sport, but that's just the way it is. And I think there was a gal in earlier who said, yeah, she goes to doors and sometimes she gets cursed at, and it does happen. And I mean, I've been flipped off, or I've heard F Trump or what have you. But usually in my district, you get one or two in a parade, maybe. But the vast majority of people are pretty, either reasonable or willing to listen. I mean, there's always going to be those. So you just know to avoid those and, avoid that kind of extremism, I guess. But together we can pull this off. I believe the trends are the tides are in our favor right now, because there are so many people that are feeling it due to inflation, due to energy, due to education, due to agricultural policy, the immigration policy. I mean, the list goes on and on. And everybody's feeling it from one way or another, no matter what their passion is. I mean, more and more people are picking up more than one passion, which typically they used to be kind of like siloed into their specific thing, and now the average everyday person is talking about more than one or two. So, and I'm sure Walter does a lot of events and sees a lot of this stuff, and I talk to a lot of people. So I mean, I know that's what I'm hearing. And use us as the guinea pig of the test strip, kind of like David. We're in blue states, and if you're hearing in blue states, especially even though we're in a red area of a blue state, but as we go into the more blue areas and we're hearing it, there's something changing, and the frustration is building. So, the national debt is becoming a bigger concern to people finally, and I do believe that the country is ours to lose only if we let it be. So I'll just leave it there if somebody else wants to jump in.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of touch on something. My screen's a little locked up. I think over the last few years, listening to people, I've heard the frustration, but I also see people seeking knowledge. And why would they be seeking this knowledge? Because they don't know what that silver bullet is. What's that magic wand that they can? What's that formula that they could grasp? And get a real understanding. And And when Christian started, when I've heard him speak about precinct committeemen and going down that path, I mean, that right there is within our grasp. That is something that we can do, and that's something that will have a huge impact. And so, out of all the listening that I've done to thousands and thousands of people speak on issues and how much frustration there is amongst Americans, if you were looking for that magic wand or secret formula, I mean, it's kind of, he's really laying out in such a simple format to grasp. So I really encourage people, if you do have the time, to look into it and get active locally in that way. But there's other things you can do besides that. Just as simple as picking up a DM, picking up a phone, getting a phone list from Christian, making phone calls, going to early vote action, volunteering to make phone calls for these battleground states, because that you can do in a couple hours from home, and it gives you some kind of outlet to that frustration you're feeling, and you can maybe actually get active and make a difference in just a couple hours out of a week. If you're sitting home anyways, you're not doing anything anyways, get some phone calls going in these battleground states, and you never know, you might just that just might be the first step on your journey to something that is much bigger than what you at first might have thought was going to come of it. Maybe you thought, yeah, I'll make some phone calls, and then it turns into something else. Next thing you're doing a voter, the vote registration drive, or you're doing something else, or then maybe the next step, you're actually joining a precinct committee, and filling a vacancy seat, a vacant seat. So it starts with just the simplest things, and then it expands from there. Johnny, are you still with us, brother? I kind of want to throw it back to you, because we got a bunch of new people that have come in the last hour, and they've been gracious enough to spend their time listening to us. Is there anything you can drop just kind of to reset a little bit for people that didn't hear about Votify Now? And again, are you there with us, Johnny? Well, he may be grabbing for his mic, and I'm gonna throw it to Christian. But if you don't know about Votify Now, down in the comments section and up above, it's probably down in the Prilosec down below in the comments, check out votifynow.org. Look at the training video, and once you start watching the training video, it walks you through how to use the app and how the app brings election integrity to our elections, and can actually help. If you see something, you can report it in real time. The data gets entered into Votify Now, gets compiled, and then it will go to the right place in your local to your local authorities, and it'll actually help correlate that data, so that if something did go wrong or something comes up and maybe something's contested, that data can be used to help figure out what went wrong and where. And plus, you can load a video and it'll be instantly posted. It also puts a spot on the map where the incident happened. And that data is really, really critical. If something were to go wrong with an election and maybe something happened, at least they have the data so they can get that to the correct people to use it. So I encourage everybody to go to votifynow.org. And then please go to magamission.org as well, where there's links, and there's so much information there, and there's links to places where you can find more information on the things we've been talking about tonight.
And Matt, to the other part of Votify Now and getting to know Johnny, and not that I'm a tech guy, but he does a really good job explaining to us layman folk. So, like, if you're seeing something, I'm just going to go out there and say it. If some people are seeing something in Ilhan Omar's district, I have to use that one. It's the funnest one to use. And and there's like a pattern of events, well, that's one thing. But if you're out in more of a outstate district and there's an irregularity, here, and then if somebody posts it, and there's one 10 miles away that's very similar, and there's another 10 miles away that's very similar, it actually will start to self-identify these patterns, and it'll pick it up. So, like, for example, if you're seeing a bus full of people that one person, because unfortunately in Minnesota, one person can bring a whole bunch of people in and vouch for them, and we have same-day registration, so they could literally bounce around. But if you see the same bus with the same people at multiple polling places, and it'll start picking up on the same images and the same comments, and it'll create that pattern, which then that is all captured. Where if I or a constituent of mine caught it and a constituent of Walter's caught it, well, if Walter didn't tell me about it and I didn't tell him about mine, we wouldn't know there was two things. And plus, we have no way to confirm if it was the same bus. By doing it this way, if somebody took a picture or a video and it clearly is the same bus number, same lettering on the side, what have you, same ISD district was what they typically use, or a shuttle bus, whatever, same license plate number, all of a sudden you're creating a pattern. And that's where this thing kind of, in my opinion, can be very, very handy going forward. Now it needs to get out there far more, and so that more people realize that they're empowered to do that part. I would like to actually see a lot of postal people start using it, because I'm fairly confident there's postal people, I've heard from them of the stuff that they see, but if they had an anonymous way to report it, they probably would. But there's a lot of different aspects to this that could be very, very beneficial. And since some of the secretaries of state have chosen to completely throw chain of custody out the window and allow the United States Postal Service to be the in between of ballot in, ballot out, ballot back in, and what happens to them, who knows? And then whatever ballots come in. But there's a lot of people, because there was the one, I think it was Pennsylvania, that there was a guy who did an affidavit. But if he would have had this, at the time in 2020, that he could have documented this, taken a video, and then posted it. And if others did the same thing, you're showing a pattern. And they actually use AI to start catching the same things. Even if you walk into a polling place, swipe down your phone, go to your Wi-Fi site, see what's available for Wi-Fi, take a screenshot, post it. There may not be anything bad there, but if all of a sudden their AI starts picking up the same IP at multiple polling locations, okay, that wouldn't make sense, because the only thing that should be on there would be like the iPads, if that's what they use for when you check in, and they pull you up to make sure you're a registered voter. And then beyond that, the tabulator is not supposed to be connected. Well, they have mechanisms in there to start sifting through all that to see if there's any similarities. I'm not saying it happens. I'm not saying it doesn't. The system is built to detect all that. Well, everybody has a concern about it. Let's prove it right or wrong. And that's where the system comes into play. And I'm hoping that Johnny has woken up by now, but apparently we're singing his lullaby.
Well, man, I don't know where you get the energy. What time is it where you're at? You're a madman.
It is 12:15 in the morning.
Oh, okay. I thought it was worse than that. That's not too bad. Oh man.
That ain't a thing. I'm up till 3 a.m.
Yeah. Well, Shane, you said it really much better than me. I was fading out there, but let's go to Christian Lamar and keep rolling here.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I also wanted to add too that to remind folks that our voters that are in Arizona, they love to hear from other voters that are from other states. So just because you're in a different state does not mean that that you would not be able to help us in Arizona. Because when a voter is just sitting around and all of a sudden they get a call from somebody from North Carolina or from Wisconsin, uh, and and they're calling them about stopping the stolen elections, that gets their attention. So I think uh, I would just say we don't understand how impactful that is, uh, to hear from um, one of our own fellow voters in another state, because just because of so much that's happening and that's going on um, around us, and it does help to hear uh, from people that are outside the state that want to help Arizona, and then also, um, while the uh, while everything that's going to be happening over the next 2 months with the state convention, the presidential preference primary, uh, the legislative qualifying period, this is the most critical time of the year. These 2 months, February and March, are the most important time, I would say, of the entire 2024. Thank you.
And Christian, to your point, I mean, Wisconsin is kind of considered a swing state right now. I mean, it's had a lot of controversy in the last 2 years. But what would be better for an Arizona resident to hear from a state that's perceived to be lost to, you know, the socialists, if you will, whatever, the liberals, saying, don't let happen to your state what happened to ours. I mean, and this is what we watched, what we went through. And we didn't think it was that bad. It would never happen here, that kind of thing. I mean, that's what a lot of people said. And now we're fighting our way out of a hole. Right now, you're trying to prevent that hole from being dug in certain states, like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia. But Minnesota's in a hole. I mean, Oregon, Washington State, New Jersey, New York. I mean, there's some digging to do there to get out of this mess.
I mean,
But
did they just elect a liberal Supreme Court judge in that state? That's going to make it infinitely harder.
which state?
Wisconsin.
Yes, they did. That was like a very devastating hit, because a lot of people from Minnesota were fleeing to Wisconsin, even though they had a Democratic governor. They still had majority in either the House and Senate, but the governor didn't, or one of the two chambers, and the Supreme Court had a majority until they elected the new one, and so it was actually all hands on deck for that Supreme Court race, and they managed to pull it off. And then there's been other things in Wisconsin that, kind of election integrity issues, that there was a lot of it. And there was somebody that even proved that how you can manipulate some of these systems, i.e., mail out balloting. One of their people, I don't know if he was a county commissioner or he was an elected person of some level. So he just ordered 10 ballots under 10 different names and he got them. And then they filed charges against him for identity theft. But he proved the point that that's how easily manipulated the system is. And there lies the problem. So, yes, that is a bit of a challenge. And I think it's Governor Evers, I believe, over there. We kind of vicariously have adopted Senator Ron Johnson because we have two awful senators. So we just use him as our senator and talk to him, as well as some of their Congress people. And we have a 50-50 split in our 8 congressional seats. So but this is all winnable. This is all doable. And remember, every one of those U.S. Congress seats are up again in 2024. So we have a lot of work to do. And if we all work together And just also something else, I mean, as much as Christian touches on so many of these things are so right, that this infighting thing, if somebody's not conservative enough, if you got somebody new coming in and you agree on 90% of the things, that's better than a Democrat. Because there was many times in 2023 I was kind of wishing I had a few of the more moderate Republicans back, because at least we stopped a lot of things in 2019 through 2022, because they had the control of the Senate, or we did. And that was like the goalie that stopped a lot of stuff. And it's think about it. They've spent 100+ years slowly whittling away at our liberties. If you think you're going to take it all back in one election, you're not living in reality. You got to do it in steps. And they play the long game. They're very good at it. And we want immediate gratification. It's just the way we're wired. But it's not reality. You'd throw everybody into a culture shock, but they may end up with one anyway. So maybe it'll become the healing process, and we'll be back to where we want to be anyway. Who knows? But there's a lot of things going on at WEF right now in the UN, and trying to put us in this whole treaty nonsense. There was a big campaign. Something else that Christian talked about. What little can we do? And Matt touched on it too. But Aaron Stevenson was one of the Department of Homeland Security whistleblowers, and his occupation was largely child sex trafficking, and he's very passionate about it. And he's seen some pretty dark stuff in his life. And there was a bureaucratic rule that was going forward before Health and Human Services on the federal side. So it was an unelected body that was going to make a rule that would have actually made it much easier to traffic children. And he put together a website that was amazing, because it was open to public comment, and the push was, I believe, it was like 30,000 comments needed to get in by a deadline. So he had 92 questions on there, or 92 comments. And he made it so simple. I don't know how he did it all, because he did it really quick, that you literally just clicked here, and then just you kept your email, you cut that in your browser or your clipboard or whatever, and you could literally get through them all in about 10 minutes, all 92 questions, and just keep submitting them. So everybody can do a little something. And showing up at a monthly precinct, or whatever you want to call it, meeting, local GOP meeting is probably a better generic way to say it, is a very easy start. And the beauty of it is, then you'll learn more and more about all these different things that are available to you, and you can pick and choose how much more you want to do. If you're really passionate about it, it'll probably consume your life. If you have 5 kids and a full-time job, well, you can give it a couple hours a month, whatever. Every little bit helps. Don't care what your skill sets are. We'll find a use for it. Somebody will figure out where you fit in. And there is no skill that's not needed. So there you go.
What I've been finding is that some candidates, they need help with a lot of different things. It's like, it could be just their website development. It could be other things, so that's kind of what I try to do, is I try to help whatever way I can, whether it's artwork, links to their campaign, website help, discussion of what's going on, with their campaign, what their challenges are, connecting them with the right person that might have the answer if I don't, So it's this kind of networking that really helps candidates that, some people have been trying a couple times, maybe this is their first time, and they're just learning, they're just starting out. They have the passion to do it. Like, Joseph Langone, I mean, man, he has a lot of passion. And, I remember he was in a space, and even though it wasn't a lot of money that he needed funds come into play here. And he was surprised to find out that within 3 days, or a very short amount of time, this insurmountable goal was achieved. And it kind of gave him some new energy. At first, when you have these challenges, you might say, well, you look at what's hard. You go, well, this is going to be really hard. If you focus on what's hard, you kind of lose the what you really should be focusing on. It's like, just focus on the goal, have some optimism, have some faith, work at it, and you'd be surprised. I think a lot of things have been lining up for not only candidates, but what I've noticed is some kind of divine intervention from some higher place beyond me. The connections, the coincidences. I mean, I'm sure every single person on the panel tonight could cite just phenomenal coincidence that has led to something phenomenal that might have seemed unachievable. But then the divine intervention steps in, and all of a sudden the pieces start falling in place. But if you were to focus on having no faith and focus on things that are just the negatives, and how hard it is, or in your mind, you're painting this picture that's going to be difficult. But actually, just I found that a lot of these things just lined up. And I'm just so thankful for all of that, because it's beyond my wildest imagination at this point. It's just, I'm enjoying the journey. Let's put it that way. Once you start, it's kind of like it's a labor of love. How about back to what you were saying, Shane?
Well, and to that, Matt, here's a really simple one. So we heard Joseph earlier. He's driving around in a semi, right? He's busier than well, I don't want to say it that way. That's inappropriate. But he's very busy. I mean, because he's driving. So if he had somebody, a confidential person, a personal contact that could just type up stuff for him. He can speak it because he's driving. He's got a mic because he's got to wear a mic, hands free. He's got to. That's a $10,000 fine if he doesn't, I believe. But he could just talk, and then that person could put that out in an email blast or get it on his social media and get it put out there, and to keep things relevant. Because by the time he stops, he's probably stopping because of his electronic log thing, and he's got to hurry up and sleep. I mean, he's going to do some reading and, probably say hi to mama, whatever, briefly, and take a nap and eat some crappy truck stop food. But then he's going to get up and start booting again. And I'm not trying to knock it. I'm just saying, like, if he had just a person to do that, and just a person he can call while he's, jamming gears, he has a thought. Maybe he saw something going down the road, and you want to put it out there. And it's that kind of stuff that you would not believe how helpful that is. Or you get a notification that there's an event coming up. If somebody else can post it, he's driving. We don't want him texting and driving. That's just dumb. So it's all those kind of things that are incredibly helpful. And if it's a person or two, I mean, I'm very cautious about who has access to my social media, of course, but those things are incredibly useful. And they save us a lot of time, especially in campaign season. And for these guys that are not elected, it's nonstop. You're either working your job or you're walking. I mean, or driving. It depends if you're a rural district. So if you're not wearing out 3 pairs of shoes or 2 sets of tires, you're kind of screwing it up, as far as the campaign side goes. And depending on your district. So, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. And the more information you can put out, and I don't put a lot of mine, but that is one of the most beneficial things. And then particularly if you want everyday layman folk to, want a bunch of lawyers and poli-sci people being your representatives, some of those folks are probably not the best, or may not be the best grammar people. So that might be a benefit too. I only say that because I'm one of them. I've gotten better, but at the same point, because the minute you put out like the wrong there, for example, because if you do talk to text or something, talk to type, whatever, and it picks up the wrong there's going to be a whole bunch of them. They're going to come back going, it's the wrong there. Yeah, whatever. Go pound sand. But I get the point. So, I mean, a lot of those things are very beneficial. So, and I'm sure Joseph would agree with me, and probably even David. If you're out there knocking on doors, you don't have time. Take a picture when you're with constituents. Send it to that person. They post it on the social media. Take a picture when you're in a parade. Send it to that person. They post it, because then you can keep moving. Otherwise, you're sitting on your device typing, and you're being antisocial, and you look like one of them.
Something that I've noticed that's really impactful that a lot of people maybe overlook because they might not like certain social media platforms that are out there. But like to your point, like what I do for candidates, I might make like a TikTok video just for them, and that video, it has some impact, at least on another platform. Then you take that video that you did, it could just be their picture, it could be whatever, it could be maybe them speaking, it could be a lot of different things. And just even that little bit, if you are in a state where your candidate's running and you feel like they're doing the right thing to help your state, doing something just that simple. You're on TikTok anyways, you're flipping through stuff, hit the plus button, put their picture in there, put their .org or wherever their platform is, their name, what they're doing, what they're running for. It can be short, simple, and sweet, but that little bit, it's like you're just throwing out something into the Twitterverse or even the TikTok verse or just the internet in general. And then a Google search, right? Right? So you type in keywords. So think about what you write. You put in some keywords, their name, what they're running for, what state. Those things will show up in Google searches and stuff like that if you write it in the comments or whatever. And that video could get out there and come up and help that candidate. It just the fact that it's circulating through another social media platform. So I'm constantly making, promotional stuff and putting it out there. And then we take the spaces and the recordings, we put them out there. And there's so many facets to this internet equation and how you use it. But if you really are backing a candidate and you're in their state and you want to help them out, just don't vote for them. Maybe do your own promo video for them just on TikTok or another social media platform. I know that sounds weird. I don't know if anybody ever thought of it. We tweet all day long, right? We spend I don't tweet as much, maybe as some. I do tweet quite a bit, and anyways, you're doing it anyways. So if you can do something even that small, that really helps that candidate. Just some ideas, throwing them out there. Well, guys, we've been going since 5 o'clock my time. It's now 10:30. Good 5-hour stint or so. I used to run 32-hour spaces on the weekends, but I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to keep this one a little shorter than that. I want to thank everybody for coming in tonight, and forgive us if we became kind of an echo chamber at times. We started with the border. The whole premise of what's going on is this is about our security and sovereignty. And if we cannot bring election integrity and secure the vote, that's a whole other national security threat. And A lot of the stuff on the media, the polls, the indictments, the trials and tribulations that they put President Trump through, raising even the question, giving their supporters some hopium that maybe President Trump will be even removed from the ballot. These types of things, they're all energy suckers, or they're meant to make you give up. Okay. The polls are sometimes they're meant to make you psychologically feel secure, so that you think we got it in the bag. But, when I listen to President Trump speak up in Nevada, I can tell you he's urging everybody not to sit back and think that we have it in the bag. Just because you look around, anybody with any bit of common sense would look around and say the country is not doing so great. We have war on the horizon. We got all these issues going on with the economy. People are worried about their finances and the banking systems. We've had murder hornets. We've had, killer slugs. I don't know what's coming next. We've had a virus. We've had all of these things. If you don't think that we're in some kind of massive 5-gen, I don't know what you want to call it, some crazy effort to completely destroy your mind, your heart, your spirit, your faith in God. I mean, every single bit of you has been torn apart by all these things. I've never experienced it. I've never experienced anything like this in my lifetime. I'm in my 50s. I might sound like I'm a little twerp on here on Twitter. I'm kind of a twerp, but I'm in my 50s. But what I'm trying to tell you is all of this is by design. Everything that you've experienced in the last, I don't know, gosh, we could even go back farther, 20 years, who knows. These are long-term goals and playbooks that they're running. These are long-term plays, and they're meant to make you fall into what we're in now. We're at the peak of the plan. Hillary was taken off the plan. She was going to come in and keep the mediocrity going, and over time we were going to lose things to where you couldn't notice it. But because President Trump stepped in, he removed the blinders. He let you see what prosperity could look like, and they didn't want you to see that. They did not want you to see that we could truly be prosperous as a nation and have something that was beyond just being mediocre, and that slow rate of growth that just basically you could pay the bills, but you never really truly get anywhere. The cyclical economic system where your life savings is whittled away, and then you got to save up, and you can't afford something because there was a disaster like COVID. We've gone through all these different waves, and it's cyclical in nature, and it's meant to deplete what you save, make you work for it again, deplete what you save, make you work for it again. And that cycle is what they wanted to keep us in. And President Trump took that away. Biden comes in, they have to double down. They got to make up for lost time. All of the stuff that Hillary was going to do, Biden has to do that, and he has to continue and catch back up to what President Trump derailed. Kimmy, did you want to step up? If you want to step up, you're more than happy to. But anyways, I was going to land it and just let you know that President Trump is working hard. We're all working hard to get him back into office. I just do not think for a second, because you look to your left and you look to your right, you hear all this stuff going on in the news, that anybody with common sense is going to vote for President Trump, right? So, and don't believe the polls. Act as if we're behind, if anything, and push even harder. We need to we need to be an overwhelming vote for President Trump, to the point to where they cannot make up. There's just too much of a gap for them to even try and pretend this time. Kimmy, you jumped up.
Oh,
Good to see you
oh, hey.
back. What's up?
Oh, hey. No, I didn't want to say much. Sorry. I think when I come into a space, it automatically requests a mic. I'm so sorry.
That's cool. No,
Have you
it's
ever
cool,
noticed
man.
that
You
happens?
know,
I know you guys are tired. I hope to see you guys tomorrow night. We're gonna do a space together, I hope. Tomorrow night, right? Why are you laughing?
no, well, because I'm trying to hit my mic and it won't
Um,
open up.
Tomorrow night, we hope to be doing a space
Yeah, of course.
together at like probably 9, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And I didn't even need to
Yeah.
request a mic. When I walk into a room, it says, "You're on mic. You requested a mic." It's like, no, I didn't. Sorry. This has been a great
No,
space, though. I had to leave for a couple hours to just tend to my, dinner and stuff duties. But yeah, that'd be awesome. Hi, Christian. How's everybody doing? Votify, Johnny, Shane. How's everybody? Just wanted to say hi, but that's it. I'm done.
that's all right. I see Magalissus down there too, and Egg Monkey, Kit, and all these great people that I talk to during the week. And I hear you in spaces too. But anyways, everybody, my phone is about to crash. I'm following suit. I'm about to crash. Love you all, and thank you so much for coming. We'll see you soon, and tomorrow for sure. Kimmy, you're on. Let's do it. Love you guys, and Godspeed and good night.